confused. Hello everyone, welcome back to my Let's Play of Shibuya Scramble, the final part, part 9, I believe. Let's just get this underway. Hang in there, Chiaki. Just keep it together. And Arikawa rushed to her side and offered her a hand. Surely it hardly mattered at this point. You're not going to make it on time regardless, Katayama said coldly. In any case, if 4-star General Gossip doesn't get released, it's Mr. Toyama who's going to be in trouble, not you. I dare say the world would be better off with 1/3 rate gossip ragless anyway. Shut your mouth, Chiaki snapped. If the gossip doesn't come out, I am going to be in trouble. An article I've written is supposed to be in next month's issue. It's a piece I've worked on my very hardest on to the very end. A piece Mr. Mino saw fit to put into print, and so if that goes away, if all that goes away, yeah, I'll be in trouble alright. Chiaki's leg wobbled as she struggled to get back to her feet. Chiaki, Katayama said, your zeal is a marvelous thing, worthy of admiration even. But when it comes to work, results are all that matters. I'm sad to have to put it that way, but I must be honest, it's just common decency. Katayama glanced at his pocket watch. You have 57 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. At this rate, you won't even make it to the interview venue before your time's up. Frankie, I don't think even a further extension of your deadline would make any difference in the end. Damn it, Minorikawa ground his teeth, and he wondered if he should just leave Chiaki here and go interview SOS by himself. He could expand the article on SOS, then work a small part of Chiaki's interview piece into at least fill the layout. Right now, the single most important thing was getting the magazine out the door for Toyama's sake. But if he did cut most of Chiaki's copy after all she'd done, he might wind up totally killing her passion for being a writer. I have to stop waffling. Professionals don't let their personal feelings dictate their decisions. I can help Chiaki work through her emotional struggles later. Chiaki, that's enough. The young woman got to her feet staggering as she began to climb the stairs. I'm not giving up, she said under her breath. I can't give up now. Though obviously in pain, she struggled to keep her legs moving. Damn, I can't do it. Look how hard she's fighting to stay in the game. I can't tell her I don't need her article now. Releasing the next issue of the Gossip wasn't just going to save Toyama, it would save Chiaki as well. And Norikawa couldn't have been either one of them. Which left him with a hell of a dilemma. He needed to make a decision. If he didn't stop wavering soon, they'd be out of time. But try as he might, he couldn't come up with a plan. Then he heard a familiar voice from behind him. If you're wondering what path to take, allow my taxi to be your guide. Norikawa was spun around to see Kimizuka standing there. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Despite his polite demeanor, his pride was obvious. Mr. Kimizuka, I appreciate the thought, but with this traffic, I see nothing of the sort. Okay, sure, but... Minorikawa was well aware of Kimizuka's capabilities, but the prospect of cutting through the chaos that currently filled the streets was more than a little daunting. When you know this town as well as I do, there's nowhere you can't go. Alright, what other choice do I have? Guess I've got to trust you. This will be my last request for the day. Minorikawa pointed down the street. Take us to Bride and Yura Harajuku. Take us to Inferno and Yura Harajuku. Take us to the Labyrinth. And did you have any place in mind? Okay, Inferno. Take us to Inferno and Ura Harajuku. Inferno and Ura Harajuku, the bar? Kimizuka quirked an eyebrow. Yes, is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. As soon as Minorikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimizuka tore off through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. Passengers in the backseat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive, Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. Do you think we allow such inconsiderate drivers here in this country? Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Minorikawa asked. Just a little more. Her eyes were glued to the monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimizuka glanced over at Minorikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses this place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS? Sir, I feel like it might be best not to get too involved with that lot. There was something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Minorikawa asked. Originally, they were something of a vigilante corps, but in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe, but lately, you hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Minorikawa reminded himself that he'd been better on his guard. Katayama chimed in, and just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. Oh, and just what exactly is this plan? It's a secret? Katayama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly he wasn't impressed. Minorikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared to be engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimizuka said worriedly, but do you really need to take such risks? Yes, I do. Minorikawa thought back to that look on Toyama's face. That look when he finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minorikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Minorikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit that man had been the ideal Minorikawa strove to live up to. That was why he'd hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Minorikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. When you take on a job, you give it 100% every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katayama chimed in, but you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left, which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch. I've got a half a mind to break that thing, Minorikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. Minorikawa shot him a hilarious glare, but Katayama's composure was unwavering. The guy was unflappable, and the only way that Minorikawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. He wanted to use his 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. That only left him 20 or so to get the material. Kimizuka suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the cab skidded to a halt. Minorikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a small, boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road. Look out, that thing's heading our way. Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. Keeping this cool, Kimizuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. As the minivan sped past, an eerily cold breeze wafted over the taxi. What the heck was that, Minorikawa asked. I'm not sure, Kimizuka said, but let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more. Reminds me of the blue minivan that blew up. Here we are, sir. They pull up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. You're a lifesaver. Minorikawa clapped a hand on shaking Mizuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Minorikawa nodded. Huh? What? Chiaki asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Minorikawa said. You just wait in here in the car. You still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. Alright then. Chiaki frowned but resumed her typing, and you wait here too, Minorikawa said to Katayama. But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Minorikawa did some quick mental math. The half hour he had already set aside, that left him 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Phew. Minorikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes. He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. The mob of young men inside the bar turned at one at the sound of the door crashing open. Who the hell are you? Several of them started toward him, can't even speak. Belligerently. Oh my god, I have a hard time pronouncing that word. Belligerently. Just calm down and hear me out, he said. I've come to interview you. Interview us? What the hell for? Those were hot-headed punks, all right. They seemed to be itching for a confrontation. Minorikawa felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Then another voice called out from further back. Hold up, guys. It was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader. This must be Susumu, then, Minorikawa thought. When you say interview, do you mean for TV or like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are? The name's Minorikawa. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking just for your guys is to answer a few questions. Huh? Susumu sounded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minorikawa said. What do you say? Nah, I'm not in the best of moods right now. Go on, get out of here. Right, Minorikawa thought he's going to make things difficult. But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now was when the real battle would begin. Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help then. Susumu took the bait and shot him a look. Right about what exactly? Your little warehouse raids. Warehouse raids? Susumu raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Really now? You're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are dealing and stealing gold goods? SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh yeah, why don't you ask those two over there? He spotted the two fellows he'd seen arguing earlier at the scene of the explosion. Now he pointed them out. Their faces betrayed their alarm. Susumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes and said nothing. I asked you a question. Have you been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both men nodded. You idiots. Susumu marched up to the two and without warning decked them both. How dare you sully the SOS name? As the two gang members cowered, he continued to punch them repeatedly. Okay, enough with the beatdown. Minorikawa stepped up to intervene. Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me an interview. How's that? Not a bad idea, I'd say. But Susumu ignored him, continuing his pummeling of the pair. Whoa, hey, nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats on people, you know. Wouldn't you just say? Well, look at yourself. You're clear and not the cream of the crop here, kid. At that, Susumu's fist finally fell still. The rowdy bar went completely silent. Say that one more time, I dare you. I'll put your ass in the ground. The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Minorikawa snorted, unafraid. That's the exact sort of line I expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite. Shut your damn mouth. Get the hell out of here. Oh, this is hilarious. SOS's top dog is such a yappy little puppy. Susumu snarled like an animal. You son of a bitch. I am gonna beat your ass. Mr. Mino, I'm all finished. An ebullient voice resounded suddenly through the bar. Ebullient. cheerful and full of energy. Originally, the term indicated a state of bubbling or boiling, so it's effectively a fancy way of describing someone as bubbly. Jackie, Minorikawa looked and saw that both she and Katayama had appeared in the doorway. I finished my copy. Could you please look it over for me? She thrust out her copy proudly. Susumu stared in bewilderment. When the hell are you? Oh, I was under the impression USOS folks were being interviewed. Chiaki broke off haltingly. Yeah, you're right about that. One by one, gang members started to close in around her. Oh, it's just, you look like you're really angry, it's all. Oh, do we now? That's because we are pretty damn angry. Good grief, Katayama groaned. It would seem that getting your interview is quite impossible. By the way, you only have another. You shut up a minute ago, snapped as Katayama peered at his watch. You just leave this to me, you two hurry up and get out of here. No way, Chiaki said. What? Why not? Because I want you to read my copy, Mr. Mino. She looked him right in the eye. This was no time for an editing session. He had to wrap up the SOS interview and fast. He didn't have much of a choice. He postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. He understood how she felt, but this place was too dangerous. It was time for Chiaki and Katayama to get out of here. Let me see what happens when I put B. He didn't have much of a choice. He postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. Alright, he said. Let me see your laptop. He held out his hand and started to make his way over to her. Whoa. Before he could reach her, though, the SOS punks and Chiaki and Katayama surrounded. Before he could reach her, though, the SOS punks and Chiaki and Katayama surrounded. Ooh, what's this? Something important? One of the gang members reached out to grab Chiaki's computer. Knock it off, don't touch that. She struggled to resist. Leave the girl alone, you scumbags, Minorikawa barked. The gunman in the bar stopped and turned. Susumu was quick to respond. Screw you, man. Who are you cunt scumbags here? Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Just get your hands off the girl. Minorikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple dozen vicious gazes now turned back on him. Bring on, Susumu said. Hey, someone go stand lookout out front. He snapped his fingers sharply. Get him. At the signal, Suzumu's men quickly closed in on Minorikawa. It was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again twice, thrice, with punches and kicks. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minorikawa lost count somewhere around 30. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. And finally, he felt himself crumble to the floor. Even then, the beating did not let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young man kicked him in the gut over and over. Stop it, he heard Chiaki shriek. You're going to kill him. Eventually, Minorikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. Crap, one of the thugs muttered, sounding panicky. Did we take this a bit too far? Mr. Mino, Chiaki rushed to Minorikawa's side, sobbing. Please, he cried out, answer me. He held his breath and said nothing. Mr. Mino, tears streaked down her cheeks. She shook him desperately. Don't worry, he gasped out at last, holding up a hand to stave her off. She let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Abruptly, Minorikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter. Mr. Mino, Chiaki stared at him aghast. He only laughed the harder. It seems he took a few too many blows to the head. The poor thing, Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Minorikawa shouted an accusing finger out at the crowd. Looks like I win this round. What? Susumu blinked, unstruck. Don't you get it? Minarikawa said thickly around his bruised tongue. What am I saying? You're a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me. Oh, I get it. Minarikawa was halfway to the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh? Minarikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. You knew they turned down the interview, and so by letting yourself get beat up, you'd have something to put in an article. Yeah? It's a bit bogus, maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages. Minarikawa broke out into a cold sweat. Shut up, you idiot. But Kaneyama continued with his also brilliant analysis. You sure pulled a fast one in this game here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have. The Twilight of Shibuya's legendary street crew? Former vigilante squad, now more gang of common thugs? Something like that, maybe? Susumu stared daggers at Minarikawa. Go on, I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground. He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand. You moron, Minarikawa bellowed at Katayama. I was this close to pulling it off. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? Katayama replied. Minarikawa rolled his eyes. Gee, you think? Susumu slowly advanced on the beer bottle at the ready. Incidentally, Katayama said, you have 40 minutes and 7 seconds left. Good luck. Minarikawa hung his head. With everything futile at this point? Futile, hopeless, pointless, ineffectual. Not to be confused with feudal, which refers to a socio-political system of the Middle Ages involving lords and vassals and fiefdoms. Alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quiet enough. Susumu stopped and spun around. Kimizuka had entered the bar. The taxi driver stared out sternly from behind his sunglasses. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Minarikawa and his companions exchanged glances. Aw, man, you? Susumu's face twisted up in awkward embarrassment. Kimizuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless. Whoa, hey now. That's no way to address your teacher. Teacher? Minarikawa blurted in disbelief. Kimizuka nodded. Yeah. Until last year I used to be a teacher, but I got into a bit of a dispute with my school, so I moved on. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Sorry that there's such a bunch of good-for-nothings. Wow, Chiaki said, I'd have never guessed. I thought since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't my place to butt in, but I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating. Kimizuka turned back to Susumu. This guy totally played you, every last one of you. Susumu bit his lip in frustration. Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once, so it's hardly your fault for falling for it. Kimizuka had switched gears from taxi driver to street smart mentor. You guys lost this one, he said, and for that, you need to give him his interview. No way, Susumu looked disgusted. Look here, kid, Kimizuka said. Let yourself save some face and help the man out, and maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in this article. He flashed an amicable grin. Well then, you put it that way. Fine, alright. Susumu blew out his breath in resignation. Susumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that. The remark had come from a particularly nasty-looking fellow who slouched on the bar sofa. Minarikawa, recognizing the kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon wandering around with a wooden cudgel. You shut up, Kiru, Susumu said. So what, you're just gonna let us make a mockery of itself? Kiru demanded. The gang leader let out an annoyed growl, but said nothing. And you still think you've got what it takes to run Shibuya? Shut up, I've already said I'll do it. Kiru sneered sullenly at Susumu's outburst. Mr. Minarikawa was just let out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Jackie scurried back up to him. Please, can you read my copy now? Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence and unease. Alright, he said resignedly. Let me see it. The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. Still, if the piece wasn't good enough, he'd have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't going to compromise on quality. Bracing himself, Minori stared at the monitor. Chiaki swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. I feel like she's got it this time. I don't know why. Minori gave the piece a fast once over, then read it again more closely. When he was done, he closed his eyes, considering. Chiaki held her breath, waiting for his response. It's okay. She looked back at him blankly for a long moment. Really? It's really okay? Is it really, really okay? It really is really okay? Minori watched in surprise as she broke down in tears. Oh, thank you so much. Chiaki bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. She wiped at her face with her palm, scrubbing the tears away. So I guess I never really told you what sort of articles I want to write and all. No, I don't think you have. Well, I mean, I want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino, and so to hear you say that an article I wrote is okay, that makes me really, happy, I guess, or maybe moved. Her eyes were still bright with emotion. Well then, really. There was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work and who strove to be like him. Minori had never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation. Right, I should be off. Mizuka gave Minori a slight nod. Minori returned the gesture, but more deeply. You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I've been right now if you hadn't been there for me. Oh no, not at all. I was just driving the customer around to where he asked me to go. Oh, that's right. I still owe you a fare. Opening his wallet, Minori saw he had only a 10,000 yen bill. Still, now was no time to be frugal. Keep the change, he said as he handed it over, but even as he said it, Kimizuka was already handing him some money back. Here, I insist. The driver had already counted the exact change in advance. You really are a pro, huh? Minori took the money and stuffed it in his pocket. We'll meet again, somewhere out there on the streets of Shibuya. Kimizuka pointed his index finger at Minori face. Minori responded in kind. After that interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now that the tension has diffused, there were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece. So about what you said earlier, Susumu said once Minori had finished his questioning. About how I'm not the cream of the crop. Ah, yeah, that. I just said that to get you worked up. Don't worry about it. Well, let me just ask you what you really think then. How do you think I could be a better leader? I don't know. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, but I guess I could tell you two things that'll make things go more smoothly with you and your buddies. Susumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness, and also trust. Minori chewed over his own words. The events of the day replayed back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his faked suicide and trusted that he regained his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interviews and trusted that she'd grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what it was that helped him through. Forgiveness followed by trust. Susumu grumbled softly. Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy. People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Minori got to his feet. Now we've got all the articles we need covered. Chiaki rushed over to his side. Well, I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece. I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems they've already received the data from him. Whoa, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself. Minori felt an inner surge of pride. Now then. He indicated Katayama. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied. Eyeing his watch. 30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki, laptop. Right. beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minarikawa got ready to start typing, but then a young man barged into the bar. It's Ichi Endo. He's come to ask the members of SOS to help with the planned operation down at the Scramble. The newcomer hurried over to where Susumu was sitting and promptly prostrated himself on the floor. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Who was the kid? Who was this kid? The cadence viewing looked decidedly mixed. I need people to bring the guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. As Minarikawa listened to the young man's conversation with Susumu, he could feel his blood start pumping. It sounded like they were talking about the terrorist plot in which Shibuya had become embroiled. Hey Chiaki, he said quietly, did you hear that just now? I did. I'm not sure I follow all of it, but it definitely has the whiff of a major scoop. Minarikawa shot her a daring grin. So what's the play here, Chiaki? We interview him, of course. We only have 30 minutes left, right? So we take 10 minutes of our conversation and use the remaining 20 to write up the piece. I'll help you out. You'll learn good, kiddo. Minarikawa ruffled Chiaki's hair again. They both blushed, profusely gripped by a surge of excitement. Why are you doing this? I can't make any sense of it whatsoever. Katayama stood peering at them skeptically. If you write up the piece you just did your interview for, you'll make your deadline. Hey Tyree, thanks for the host. I went for scary music to anime theme music. Song music. Yeah. Why go out of your way to trouble yourself further? It's no trouble, Minarikawa said. I'm just doing what a professional does, that's all. Katayama let out a solemn sigh. Good grief. He looked at his pocket watch again, then snapped it shut. Well, if you aren't concerned about the time, then do as you like, I suppose. I'll admit you made me quite curious to read the magazine you're putting together. Minarikawa and Chiaki rolled their eyes as they turned away. Already they were making their way over to Susumu in this game. Interviews aren't over until you have what you need. You refuse to let them be over. You spend every last second you have to do your best job, the best job you can. That's what being a professional journalist is all about. Minarikawa cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two young men. Sounds like you got an interesting story. Mind letting me hear it too? End of his story. And yep. If what life was like that in real life, you know, it could be very interesting. How was your day? My day is very blah. It could have been better. I didn't have a very good sleep. And just talking to a friend of mine there kind of got me in a, well, just our conversation basically on stuff there that's gets me sad and depressed and plays on my fears and stuff like that or whatever. I knew, like, the stuff that was being said and whatever, needless to say, oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah. Where is this at? I want to check this. What's the time frame for this? Okay. Right. Now, this is more along the things of, like, stuff I can't control, basically. Like, I didn't know this. I was told today, well, like I said, I never knew about this, that, there was a I don't know how long ago this was. It wasn't anytime soon, but there was a black hole that's like thousands of years away from us, basically, in our time frame, in our time wise. That, like, is, you know, as a black hole sucks everything up in its path, like, around it, like, is moving slowly towards Earth. And I was, like, asking her questions, like, is there, like, there's no way of stopping, like, you know, a black hole or anything, right? And she's like, she goes, yeah, I don't think there is. Like, we know how one starts, but we just don't know how one would actually end, or if you can actually stop one. And just things like that. A lot of people are like, oh, well, don't worry about it, like, it's not going to happen in our lifetime. That's not until, like, thousands and thousands of years, like, in the future, and we'll be long, you know, gone before then. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but at the same time, like, I'm thinking, like, long term, like, I feel bad for, like, humanity, and because, like, I like to think positive and have, like, humans live as long as they can, you know, that kind of thing. And just little things like this play into my fears and anxiety. There should have been a lot of times we should have died from space stuff. Yeah, but, I mean, the dinosaurs got wiped by meteors, right? Or a meteor. But the thing is just that, I don't know. It just, it's just, I don't know, it's just weird. Like I said, these things shouldn't bug me, but yet they do, because it's basically all plays on, like, I guess, kind of like fears on, like, you know, how I'm gonna die in general. Like, I know nobody lives forever, but what I'm saying basically is that I'd rather not know how I'm gonna die. I'd rather go by, like, natural causes than, like, a complete, like, global catastrophe, you know? But, because I'd rather not see it coming. Yeah, like, a lot of people are like, ooh, black holes are fascinating, and I'm like, and scary, and it's like, yeah, but at the same time, it's like, you know? But see, the thing is it's just many different things play into my anxiety and fears. And, like, most of it is basically stuff out of my control. And that's what my issue is. That's, like, that's all on me. But it is what it is. That's all I'll say on it. That's how most of my fears are. Fears, and, you know, that cause, like, my you know, some of my, like, a bit of my depression, and, like, some stuff, there's a lot of stuff that I probably can control, but there's some parts of my depression I can't control because of those thoughts. And I don't just literally just sit there and think about this kind of stuff. Like, it's just, like, people talking about things, or people just, like, mentioning keywords could, like, trigger that stuff in my head. And then there's, like, other things where it's just like, oh, hey, this stuff is happening, and, you know, whatever, blah. And it's kind of like, yeah, but, you know, this gets, like, to me, like, you know, my anxiety and, like, depression and stuff like that. It sucks. But what? Let's go with the Kano. Kano's cell phone rang. He saw Kuze's name on the display. Kano speaking. What the hell are you doing? The director's voice was shrill with irritation. What's the situation with Maria Asawa? I have her in custody, sir. We need to get her into quarantine immediately. I'll send a counter-NBC terrorism unit to pick her up. Counter-NBC terrorism unit. I can offer you some hugs. I don't know how to help with depression. It's fine, Tyree. But I thank you for that, though. Like I said, it's just my depression affects me in many different ways. Sometimes it's stuff that's like the inevitable, like of like the wipeout of like human race, or just things in general where it's like, you know, that has nothing to do with that or death, but just like other life stuff or whatever that kind of like gets me depressed and whatever. And then at the end of the day, it's just like, basically it is what it is. Needless to say. Yeah. But sometimes, like, you know, it just depends on like what it is that like, you know, triggers it like to be even like bad. Like sometimes my depression like isn't triggered by anything that, you know, based on my fears or whatever, or anxiety. It just kicks in out of nowhere for no reason. But anyway, a public safety mobile investigation unit belonging to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Public Security Bureau, acronym NBC, refers to nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. The unit not only gathers information and investigates terror incidents that make use of those means, but also deploys relief and safety restoration measures. What's your location? Sir, the situation's a little complicated at the moment, Kano replied. Ian Stanley made eye contact. Kano gave him a knowing nod. He knew that what he needed to do here. He briefly informed Kuze of the plan to take Maria to the laboratory, but was careful not to mention Alfred. Please, sir, Kano said, bowing reflexively to the phone. Let me handle this. Absolutely not, Kuze exclaimed. There's no way I can allow that. Maria Osawa needed to go in quarantine right now. My dad has depression. Yeah, a lot of people do have depression. Diary. It sucks. It really does. Some people, you know, go and like talk to like therapists about it, or take antidepressants and that, but I just chose not to do any of that stuff. Just based on like some stuff I heard in the past and whatever, but anyway, on aspects of it, but anyway. The act of placing infectees in isolation, such as in a medical treatment facility, in order to prevent the spread of infection for viruses capable of airborne transmission, an airborne infection isolation room, AIIR, is sometimes used, which employs negative air pressure to ensure that air from within the room does not leak outside. Though that is true, but at the end of the day, if you stay inside, it's kind of weird, because the virus that's happening nowadays, like I was telling my friend about this game, and she's like, yeah, our virus is airborne, so if like somebody's around you and they cough, like there's always a chance that you can still get it from them, like in that sense. So that's why like we have to like socially distance ourselves, and that's to like, you know, to avoid, you know, catching it. And I'm like, yeah. So I mean, I wonder in this case if like they can't just make people just stay at home and not like leave a room or something like that, but it doesn't seem like it would matter in that sense. They would have to go into this room. But anyway. Which employees negative, employees, not employees. Employees negative air pressure to ensure that air from the room does not leak outside. Sir, please just give us a little more time. Giving her the antiviral is the only way we can save her. If we put her in quarantine, it'll be a death sentence. Kuze let out a growl of frustration. Kano, that isn't your decision to make. Kano had run out of arguments. It was clear that Kuze's only concern was stopping the spread of the virus. Director Kuze, are you just going to let Maria Osawa die? We can't put the lives of everyone in Shibuya at risk in order to save a single person. I know that, sir. So I'm asking you to please let me go to that that laboratory, and if it looks like we're not going to be able to hack the password at that point, quarantine Kano, Kuze snapped. I've given you an order, and I'm not accepting that order. Listen, Kuze said, how many years have you been a cop? What do you mean by that, sir? Kuze didn't reply. Is this an order from up top? What's going on here, sir? Please, I need some kind of explanation. Stop it, Kuze said. You sound like a child. This is dereliction of duty. Call me a child if you want, but I'm not following an order that I know isn't right. Kano punched the end call button with his thumb. From an objective standpoint, maybe Kuze was right. They needed to think about more than just Maria. If the UA virus spread through Shibuya, it would mean a nightmare of epic proportions. Kano understood that perfectly clearly, but still, he looked down at Maria's face as she lay collapsed on the floor. This girl was still alive, and Kano couldn't stand idly by and let a living, breathing person die. Consequences be damned, he wasn't going to be the one to weigh the worth of someone's life. As he stood, still clutching his cell phone, Stanley gently set a hand on his shoulder. You did fine, he said quietly. Alot is in possession of the UA virus. The people of Shibuya are already in danger. He may have already released the virus in the city. If he hasn't, he may do so at any time. Right now, what we need to do is get that antiviral and arrest Alfred. You made the right choice here. Thanks, Stanley. I appreciate hearing that. Stanley gave Kano a slap on the back. He was right. At this point, they needed to focus on the things they could still accomplish. So guys, H.E. stepped forward. Who's going to take Naomi's sister and Cannon to the lab? Maria was in no condition to walk, so they were going to have to take a car, which meant they needed a driver. I only have a motorcycle license, H.E. said, and I don't know where the lab is anyhow. I should go with Maria alone. Cannon looked over at the others. There's no way of knowing for sure when she might become contagious. We shouldn't needlessly risk exposing more people to infection. She knelt down to gather Maria in her arms. In that case, I should drive. Cannon whirled around at the sound of a new voice behind them. Tatina was standing in the doorway. You. A.G.'s face went red with rage. Keep out. Press triangle, not X. Got a habit of doing that. There we go. Oh wait, that was still during that scene anyway. Damn it. I'm an idiot. So I was doing the right thing. Tatina was standing in the doorway. You, H.E.'s face. Oh yeah, if you want to talk about that stuff, go right ahead. I mean, if you were like, oh, Saturn's my favorite because it has a ring, I'd be like, okay, cool, whatever. That's fine. It's not that space scares the, like, crap out of me. It's just, like, you know, certain aspects of things, like meteors heading us or wiping out the planet or the black hole or whatever, even the sun exploding and stuff. Well, I mean, we would definitely see signs of it happening before it actually happens, but because it just doesn't happen out of the blue. But yeah, I mean, yeah, go right ahead. You, H.E. snarled. In the doorway stood a man with a cane. Detective Tatino. Kato and Daisuke spoke simultaneously. Now at last, Eiichi had a name for the assassin. It was a name he felt he had heard somewhere before. You son of a bitch, Eiichi roared. What the hell are you doing here? Nadino bowed his head profusely. I am truly sorry. You're sorry? Sorry don't cut it, man. Not after what you were trying to do to hit on me. I don't expect you to forgive me, and I intend to turn myself in to be punished for my crimes. But before I do that, please let me do what I can to help you. I think you've helped enough. Eiichi grabbed Tatino by the collar and drew back his fist. Kano moved to stop him, but Tatino held up a hand. No, it's alright. Let him do as he pleases. There was no trace of the menacing expression the man had worn in their previous encounters. Eiichi scowled, but lowered his fist, then released his hold on Tatino's collar. Fine. Hiromi's sister needs help, so we do need a driver right now. Make sure those two get to the lab and back safely. That'll make up for that punch I didn't give you just now. Thank you, I'm so sorry. Daisuke stepped forward. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who got you caught up in this. Daisuke, we really didn't grow up to be very good people, did we? No, guess not. The two men stared bleakly at each other, shoulders slumped. In the end, Tatino said, I guess we were just trying to run away from her pain. Yeah, didn't expect my own son to be the one to teach me that. Eiichi turned out to be a fine young man. He is Katon's boy after all. Guys, Eiichi stepped in the middle of their solemn heart-to-heart. You can get sappy all you want later, Dad. Once this is all over, we're going to go see Suzune, okay? Sure. Daisuke nodded heartily. Oh, Tyree. Hold on, Kano spoke up, turning to Stanley. If these two take Maria to the lab, that leaves just us two to apprehend Alphard down at the Scramble. Is this going to be enough? Or is that going to be enough? I mean, Alphard's not going to show up without a plan. The more people we have on our side, the better. And I doubt we'll be able to get any help from the police. Good point, Stanley agreed. Hey, Eiichi said, I'm here too, and I'm going with you. I'll keep Hiromi safe. It's a cool plan. I personally would not live there. Oh look, good news, Kano. Now we have 3 people. Stanley let out a sardonic laugh. Kano frowned. Eiichi, I appreciate the offer, but having 3 people instead of 2 won't make much of a difference. When you're not sure of the enemy's exact plan, you really need strength in numbers. If we could set up a dragnet like the task force did this morning, that'd be ideal, but... Come on, Detective Eiichi said, don't you have any idea what sort of approach this psycho might take? If I were Alphard, Kano mused, then I suppose my biggest problem would be figuring out how to get away after I'd taken Hiromi's blood. Stanley nodded in agreement. I'm betting he plans to involve the UA virus, he said. If, for instance, he tells us he set up a device somewhere to spread the virus to Shibuya, that prevents us from taking action against him. Eiichi swallowed hard. This guy wanted to unleash a killer virus in Shibuya. If he succeeded, then the town Eiichi known and loved all his life would become a graveyard. Of course, that's mere conjecture, Stanley murmured. Quite frankly, even I can only guess what he's going to do. His expression was grim. Strength in numbers, huh? Eiichi said. So you're saying we absolutely need more people, is that it? Essentially, yes, Stanley replied. But not just anyone, mind. If it's not a group that meshes well, it'll hinder more than help. Kano folded his arms across his chest. He looked perplexed. People who mesh well together, huh? Eiichi had an idea. They could ask the police for backup. It might be a launch shot, but it was their only move. He could ask SOS. If there was anything he could do, it was that. It was a selfish request, he knew that. Susumu would probably be furious with him, but Eiichi would have to deal with that. even if his old pals wouldn't forgive him. They understood what they'd be helping to protect Shibuya. He was sure they'd step up and take action. After all, the whole point of the game was that it was made up of people who loved their town. Can you give me a half hour? I'm gonna try and see if I can rustle up some people. Kano straightened himself up. You think you can do it? Ichi nodded assertively. Is Jupiter a gas giant? If it is, then the planet is fully made of gas. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I'm not really sure of the planet. I'm not really knowledgeable about space, honestly, Tyree. Just wait here for me, okay? He said to Hiromi. She gave him a worried smile. Alright, I'll be waiting. It'll be okay. Ichi did his best to sound reassuring. I promise I'll bring back some help. Oil elastics. He knew where he needed to go, the pool hall and Yura Harajuku. That was his old gang's main hangout. Running at the top speed, he could probably make it in about 10 minutes. Alright. Rushing out the door with a battle cry loud enough for Kano and the others to hear from back inside the shop, Ichi sped on his way. Gas giant is fully made out of gas. I just don't remember the planet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that's what you meant. Like the planet is made out of gas. Like, or it's got like a lot of gas, like on the surface or whatever. But yeah. Traffic in Dogenzaka was at a near standstill. Had there been some sort of major accident? As Ichi ran along the roadside, he heard a middle-aged man screaming angrily. You gotta be kidding me. What do you mean no trains are stopping at Shibuya? The guy was red in the face. What the heck is going on? Ichi felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, man. Ichi ignored him and kept on running. Calm down, old man. Ichi ignored him and kept on running. No interest in playing The Last of Us 2. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist. Finally, he arrived at SOS's hideout. Two young men were standing by the door as lookouts. Oh, yeah. Ichi recognized one of them. It was the kid whose so-called buddies had tried to shake him down earlier that afternoon. They roused themselves as Ichi approached. Hey, I need to see Susumu. No can do, he's in the middle of something right now. The lookouts made no move to let him through. Ichi felt a surge of resentment towards Susumu. If he'd still been with SOS, he'd tried to boast members on guard duty like they were low-ranking Yakuza thugs. Ichi pressed again. Please, I need to see him, it's important. Fine, then I guess I'll have to do this the hard way. Ichi forcibly shoved the two of them aside. Yeah, I went with that one. But the two recovered quickly. Before he could get in the door, they grabbed hold of him and pushed him away. Look, I don't have time to screw around. Just go and tell Susumu that Ichi's here. At the mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged weary glances. Alright, I'll go ask him. One of the lookouts headed inside, leaving Ichi alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier. Do they always stick you on guard duty? The boy didn't reply. Back when I ran with SOS, we never needed anyone on lookout. We were just a bunch of guys who loved Shibuya and who had a fun time hanging out with each other. That's all it was, really. It's not Susumu's fault that SOS changed, the boy said somewhat fearfully. Lately, it's Kiru who's been driving things. Kiru? Oh, yeah, that guy. Ichi recalled his earlier run-in with him. The guy was an arrogant bully. Kiru's plan is to steal Susumu's throne. What for? The boy took a nervous look at the door before hurriedly continuing. He's trying to expand SOS's influence, and he's got a lot of people on this side. Right now, the gang is kind of split into two factions, Susumu's guys and Kiru's guys. Finally, Ichi understood what was going on. The gang members had all been acting so weird because they were caught up in some kind of internal struggle. Kiro goes around recruiting new followers by force, and if he doesn't like you, he dishes out punishment. This month alone, he sent 8 people to the hospital. SOS is a total mess, man. This plan of mine might not work after all. Ichi felt his sinking sense of despair. If SOS was ravaged with infighting, it was definitely the dangerous request he had for them. But even still, I want to be part of this game, the boy muttered. Ichi peered at him in surprise. Why? Shake you down for dues, stick you on guard duty? That's not a decent way to treat someone. I look up to Susumu. He treats me like he would anyone else, even though I'm way down at the bottom. And it's not just me. Susumu always puts the members of this gang before himself. That's why I want to stick with SOS. Aha, so that's it, huh? Susumu really had been trying his best, and the members of SOS, some of them at least admired him for it and stuck by him. Thanks, Ichi said. The kid gave him a dubious look. Ichi didn't know if Susumu would help them out or not, but he knew it was so worthy putting their disagreements aside in order to ask. The door opened and the other lookout returned. Susumu said, "Come on in." Ichi nodded and strode inside. Ichi's protests were vehement, but he backed down at last. Tadino would escort Cannon and Maria to the lab. That left 3 to try to apprehend Alphard. Kano, Stanley, and Ichi. Having only 3 people was a dicey prospect though, so Ichi took it upon himself to head out and get him some backup. Tadino got the car keys from Daisuke, then helped Cannon pick Maria up off the floor. Kano watched him warily. There was no trace of the blood-curdling expression the older detective had shown when he was holding Maria at gunpoint. His face was that of a man with a responsibility that Kano had always known. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" Anomi asked Tatino. "You might get infected. That doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. All I care about now is helping you two if I can." He hesitated, glancing down at the unconscious girl he held. Have Maria's memories come back. Hanomi tilted her head. Her memories? I suspected she took a blow on the head when she was abducted. When I ran into her earlier, she didn't even know her own name. Well, she seemed like the same sister I've always known when she came in here. Good. Then her memory must have recovered. Kano was shocked to hear that Maria had suffered amnesia, but it explained why she hadn't contacted anyone after she'd been set free. Alright, then Tatino said, "We'll be back." Carrying Maria, he and Cannon head for the door. Detective Tatino. Kano called out, then paused, tongue-tied, when Tatino stopped. There were so many things Kano wanted to say, but he couldn't find the words for any of them. "Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in." Tatino kept his back turned. The words were like a dagger in Kano's heart. Once this was all over, Tatino would no longer be a detective but a criminal. Kano knew there was no alternative, but still the realization had him hurt. "Detective Tatino, stop your dithering, but never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever." Kano snapped back to attention at Tatino's words. That was dictum number 1. The advice that had kicked off the whole Dick diary. "I'm not the one you should be worrying about right now," Tatino continued. "We need to save Maria Asawa's life and protect the people of Shibuya." Kano bit his lip. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotions. I know that, but Kano still wanted to express his regret at knowing how things turned out for his idol. Let's go there. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotions. They were good. Tatino gave a slight nod and headed out the door. Detective Tatino, just before the older man disappeared, Kano called out one last time, be careful out there. Kano gave him a silent salute. Kano called out one last time, be careful out there. Tatino flashed and smiled and left the workroom. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alfred had told them Hiromi should be at the Scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system set up? Kano asked. Yes, Daisuke replied. It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job. Then will you help us? Daisuke inclined his head. What do you mean? I'd like you to keep your eye on the Scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hiromi, let us know. Anyone suspicious? How will I know that's suspicious? Like the organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hiromi, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alpart. Would you be able to recognize his face? Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard. Yeah, I don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that he left the rest and said. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the Scramble. Alright, Daisuke squinted at the images. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me try. But let me at least try to atone for what I've done. Of course, and thank you. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all the monitors were focused on the Scramble and its surroundings. Then he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance, and all they had to do was get their Seiko crew to the scene. Where did Ichi go? Kano asked Hiromi. I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends. Hiromi sounded worried. Friends? Ichi used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place. What? Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Ichi was the founder of SOS. How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. But I guess there were a big falling out between them, so I think he went to try and win them back over. Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Ichi had left them. If things had ended on bad terms between them and the gang, getting them to help would be a lost cause. But even if Ichi was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them? It'll be alright, Hiromi said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts. I'm sure Ichi will bring back some of his old friends, and when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on. Really trust him, don't you? Yes, Hiromi said without hesitation, then a blush came to her cheeks. Alright, then I'll trust him too. It would take 10 minutes to get from Endo Electronics to the Scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head up at 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room, where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Ichi's reinforcements around the Scramble. Comes back with one person. Alright, there we go. In about 5 minutes, we had drawn up a little map of the optimal place to deploy the team. It included positions for as many as 20 people Ichi might bring back. Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the Scramble without me. What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up and I have to see to it. Sweat beating on Stanley's brow. Whatever happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major, and almost certainly it had something to do with Alfred. Stanley, Kano said, please tell me we're past the point of keeping secrets. I understand. Do what you have to and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano had a vague idea what Stanley was up to. probably felt he needed to keep things hidden, even from his own allies, in order to help keep Alphard in the dark. Or at least that was Kano's guess. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against. Keeping secrets, even among friends, wasn't necessarily a bad call. Kano will promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure. Alright. Kano couldn't help but smile. That's a promise, now remember. Promise. The promise these two made are just now mirrors another made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. That was the younger brothers. That was what the younger brother said, and the older brother still feels the pain of that promise going unfulfilled. Older brother. Oh, we get to play as Stanley? Okay. And with that, Stanley hurried out of the workroom. Kano glanced at his watch. It was coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon they'd have to head for the Scramble. But Eiji still hadn't returned. We need to head out soon, he said to Hiromi. You said 6:50, she replied. There's still 2 more minutes to go. Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hiromi's fervent hope that the reinforcements would come, but not her confidence. If Eiji didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hiromi all by himself, and to try to apprehend Alphard as well. Would he be able to pull it off in time? Hold on. Would he be able to pull it off if it came to that, is what I meant to say. No, not Stanley. He'd just have to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the Scramble with Hiromi right away. No, he'd be able to do it on his own. He'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait for Eiji, accepting that they'd be late. I'm going to see what happens if I go with B. He decided to wait for Eiji, accepting that they'd be late. The clock kept up its steady ticking. With each minuscule movement of the second hand, Kano felt the tightness growing in his chest. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Time was of the essence. They couldn't keep waiting any longer. I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave him a tiny, reluctant nod. Happen if I selected the other option. Adjust himself to see. He decided to head to Scramble with Hiromi right away. This wasn't about whether he couldn't, he would do it. He had to do it. There was no time for doubt anymore. Hiromi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny reluctant nod. Back to Kano. Alright, I need to figure out what is what here. I did have to select this one. PS4. This is the right one. Please tell me we're past the point of keeping secrets. They come this far together. Surely it was too late to get all tight-lipped now. Sorry, I wish I could tell you more. Stanley dropped his eyes. Again, I had a vague idea what Sam was up to. Probably felt the need. Oh, come on. It's the same thing again. With an apologetic look on his face, Stanley turned and hurried from the workroom. For a certain response. Hold on. I gotta look for a certain reply thing there. This one too. I'm trying to figure out what I have to do next here. forgot about this one. There we go. The door opened and the other lookout returned. Susumu says to come on in. Eiichi nodded and strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes washed over him. Susumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Eiichi used to sit back in the day. "What do you want?" Susumu asked immediately. Eiichi walked up to him and then got down on his hands and knees. "Huh? What are you doing down there? The hell is this all about? I need people to bring the guy down. I'm here to ask for your help." The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Eiichi's ears. "I know. I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help." "Just some guy, huh? Who?" "He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If we don't catch him, somebody I know is going to die. And that's not all. He might try to unleash the killer virus here in the city." Susumu burst out laughing. This some kind of joke? You all right in the head there, Eiichi?" The other gang members followed his lead, unleashed another storm of mockery. The laughter continued for quite some time. Eiichi said nothing. He grit his teeth and stared up at Susumu. Eiichi said nothing. He endured the ridicule and simply stared up at Susumu. As patiently as he could, he waited for Susumu to give the proverbial nod. Finally, the last rib subsided and Susumu crouched down and got in Eiichi's face. "Is that how you go about asking someone a favor?" Susumu growled menacingly. "If you have a problem with me kowtowing like this, I could apologize some other way all you want, but don't you care that I just told you Shibuya is in danger?" Eiichi's voice was unwavering. "But face it, Susumu, isn't Shibuya the reason why everyone here hangs out with each other? If you're telling me you don't want to keep our town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. I withdraw my request." The two glared into each other's eyes. Then before Susumu could reply, an odd man stepped in between them. Not yet. "Sounds like you got an interesting story," he said. "Mind letting me hear it too?" "You again? Didn't you already get your interview?" Susumu rolled his eyes. "I think Grovels here might be telling the truth." The newcomer's face was all seriousness. "It lines up with the information I have." "Hey, Grovels, you got a second?" "My name's not Grovels," Eiichi growled. "It's Eiichi. Minoru Minorikawa, magazine reporter, and I know a bit about the stuff you were saying just now. The killer virus you mentioned is called the UA virus. That wonder drug is an antiviral medication, and the person who you know who might die is Maria Asawa. Am I right?" Eiichi was almost too shocked for words. How do you know all that?" Minorikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader. "Susumu," he said, "something really is going down to Shibuya. What are you going to do about it, boss?" Susumu bit his lip. He looked pretty conflicted. "Sounds good to me," someone called out. "Let's give him a hand." Eiichi turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiryu. "You shut up," Susumu said with a glare. "Break out of your rut, old man," Kiryu sneered. "Eiichi here is right. Isn't keeping our beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does?" He swept an arm around Eiichi's shoulders. "You're okay with that, right, Eiichi? Me going against Susumu's orders to help you out?" Kiryu's lips pulled back in a broad, unsettling grin. "But first we have unfinished business, you and I. I mean, I'm willing to lend a hand even though you ditched the game and all. But first we've got to settle our score here and now. You understand, don't you?" "Yeah, you're right." Kiryu grinned hungrily. "It's counting time! A bunch of gang members started up an eager clamor at Kiru's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Ichi was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up onto a pool table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him so his head jutted out past the table's edge. Kiru brought out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was caked liberally with dry blood. Guillotine, 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 guillotine. The men of Kiru's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Kiru licked his lips as if drunk off their cheers. Glancing to one side, Ichi saw Minarikawa speaking empathetically to Susumu. It looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into SOS later. Man, today's my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS's original head. Ichi twisted his neck to peer up at him. Man, what point is there taking my head right now? Oh my, you don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is going to know my name, and once I've got that big ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite the town under my banner in one fell swoop. Kiru's eyes was crazed and bloodshot. That's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiru, if this many of them actually showed up at the Scramble, they'd be able to do far more than Ichi could hope to by himself. The ultimate goal was to capture Alhard. Ichi didn't care how they made that happen. He was just sorry he wouldn't get to see it through, to protect Tomi to the very end. Okay then, Kiru, Braid, the gloves are coming off. Go on, do it. Ichi braced himself. Ichi balked at the last second. No, wait, hold on. But it was too late. Kiru raised the steel pipe above his head, and then before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake. You dumbass, as if I'd help out a bitch like you. It was no use. He'd never be able to dodge it in time. Ichi's limbs were pinned down with too much force for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. But the steel pipe never struck home. Just when it was about to smash into Ichi's head, Susumu grabbed hold of it. The hell you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiru. Susumu yanked the pipe from Kiru's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiru stood frozen in surprise, a vein pulsed angrily in his forehead. You guys too, Susumu added, glaring at the others. Let him go. The toughs holding Ichi down cautiously took their hands away. Kiru let out a red-faced cry of rage. But we got unfinished business. Ignoring him, Susumu helped Ichi slide off the table. Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Do you remember saying that? The words stirred up some bitter memories within Ichi. Yeah, I remember. But you didn't grant me my request. No, I guess not. That's why I'm going to heed yours. No questions asked. Susumu held out his right hand. Susumu, you are? That'll make me the better man, finally. Ichi reached out and clasped Susumu's hand in his. Yeah, Ichi said, letting his relief show his face. You're quite the guy. Susumu cracked a tiny grin. It was the sort of smile Ichi had seen all the time back when he'd run with SOS. Suddenly, Susumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast even to cry out. Kiru had snatched the steel pipe back from the floor, striking Susumu from behind once his back was turned. To hell with this, he howled like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys, not anymore. I won't allow it. Ichi didn't flinch. SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Susumu's, and it's not yours. And it isn't yours. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out and having a good time. That's the only reason we get together. Nothing more and nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys, do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't. Of course you don't. The bar fell silent. Eiji could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. They could tell that his words rang true. Kiru saw it too, and it only made him more and more agitated. Shut up, enough with the warm fuzzies. Abruptly he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. Eiji managed to dodge his attack by a mere hair. If it had connected, the blow might have well knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter, Kiru taunted? How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down onto the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Come on, what's the matter, Ichi? Kiru slammed his weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattering across the floor. Some of them collided with Susumu. Ugh. Susumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the ground, Kiru stalked toward him. Speaking of unfinished business, with a gleaming grin, Kiru took aim at Susumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. Stop! Before he could think of anything better of it, Ichi was running for his fallen friend. Heh, you dumbass. Without missing a beat, Kiru shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Ichi's temple. Ichi responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiru who went reeling off balance. Kya! Ichi pivoted and put all his might into a straight right to Kiru's jaw. The blow struck home. Kiru's head snapped back and he crumpled to the floor. There was a momentary hush of indrawn breath. Then the bar erupted in a wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. All eyes were fixed on Ichi, marveling at what they had just seen go down. Heh. Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more of a fight. Susumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder. You alright, Ichi asked. Mostly. Guess my shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The gang members from Kiru's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Ichi shot them a steely glare, and they gathered up Kiru and dragged him out of the bar. I didn't go too far here, did I? Ichi asked Susumu. Is this going to cause trouble for you? No, I figured Kiru would pull something like this eventually. It was just a question of when. Right. I'm sure he's going to gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up butting heads again. Susumu didn't sound especially eager for that fight, but he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. Ichi was still worried about a few things, but his friend had clearly grown as a leader. Anyhow, back to that story about you needing some manpower. Will these guys here be enough? There were around 30 gang members still in the bar. Ichi looked at each of them in the eye in turn, some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces. I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of the friends I met here, and this has been a great place to have a good time. And today, right here in this town, met someone who's very special to me, and I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her. Ichi knew he wasn't going to doing a great job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly. And so, it's like, he felt like a grade schooler who didn't know the answer to a difficult question. He fussed with his hair and frowned sheepishly. Okay, so I'm not sure how to really put this, but Shibuya is a special time to me because I'm getting to meet people like that, and maybe... No, I mean, it's like that for you guys too. Don't you love Shibuya? So help me help this town. He bowed low and deep. I want to protect this girl who means so much to me, and the city that means so much to me as well. I know my answer is just clapped a hand on Ichi's shoulder. Listen up, everyone. SOS's original founder is back in action. He needs our help, and I, for one, am ready to follow him to battle. What do you say? Suzumi's people let out a hearty cheer. When Ichi marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Hiromi and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. Their happiness raised his own spirits unexpectedly high. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment. "Alright, Detective," Ichi shouted, "let's do this." His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for the scramble. "What's the matter?" Hiromi asked Ichi as they made their way through the busy streets. "What's the matter with what?" "You look pretty pale." She peered good and hard into his face. "Do I now? Are you tired or something? I mean, you've been kind of going all out all day long after all." "No, it's nothing." Ichi kept his voice nice and bright. "I'm just a little hungry is all. So don't worry about me or Alpart or anything. Or Alpart either, okay? I swear I'll keep you safe, Hiromi." "Alright." Hiromi gave a tiny nod. "Just leave it to me. Alpart's got nothing on this guy." He thumped his chest in the display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat beading on his brow. When they reached the scramble, Ichi took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kano had drawn up. Hiromi was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Ichi wondered what sort of person was going to show up. Still, he knew he couldn't scan the crowd too much. He needed to act as naturally as possible so Alvart wouldn't be suspicious. He risked a glance over at Hiromi. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think how good she looked. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar when he first seen her that morning in the very same spot. The difference was that this time it wasn't just Hiromi's good looks that made him found her so attractive. They might have only spent a few hours together, but in that time he learned a lot about her as a person. He knew what was important to her, what her worries were, her wants and desires, and also he learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Ichi recalled what had happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hiromi had shed tears for his father and his sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. "What do I do if I can't protect someone as good as her?" Ichi muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly where the pipe had smashed against it. He's been okay walking so far, but any intense fighting the leg might just give out. But he couldn't let himself worry about that now. If it came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hiromi if he had to. Ichi looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 p.m. He glanced again at Hiromi and saw her eyes widen with surprise. Quickly he followed her gaze across the plaza. He spotted a tall white man approaching. Oh man, tall white man. Okay, so there was a couple of jumps here. This was one of them. I don't think I need to do this, but I'm gonna check and see what happens when I do. Oh yeah, his came to an end. I forgot about that. Well, that was useless. Huh. Alright. I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave it a tiny reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. Hitomi, it'll be alright. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antibiotic that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, Hitomi would become a liability that he'd want to dispose of. And right now, the only person who would keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Protecting Hitomi is my job. Ichi, you're back. I said I'd see you through to the very end, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Hitomi gazed back at Ichi with grateful reassurance. Ahem, Kano cleared his throat softly, but Ichi and Hitomi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Ichi spoke up. I've got 30. Will that be enough? Yeah, Kano nodded. That'll be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet? Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do. The guy flashed a grin. You got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, they'd be able to encircle the meeting area, no problem. The preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alfred at last. Alright, Detective H.E. shouted, let's do this. Kano gave a firm nod. Nine minutes later, at 6:59 p.m., Kano and the others were in position around the Scramble. Each huddle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. I like how it looks at nighttime here. Very pretty. With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the Scramble had been seized by panic. And there have been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people. Overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clogged the streets. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel and even the police were short-handed, and the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. Main roads had been blocked to normal traffic and trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 p.m. in 10 seconds. 11, 12, 13, 14. He scarcely remembered to breathe. Hitomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attached case this time, but the moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. She looked terrified. Kano couldn't blame her. The criminals were after some case full of money this time. Oh, weren't after some case full of money this time. This time they were out for blood. Her blood. Kano did a slow scan of the area. Ichi was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, these guys fit right in with the crowd, and they had the area filled with Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 6:59, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until the breath was expelled from his lungs. Until all the breath was expelled from his lungs, and then it all started. Kano's cell phone rang. I've got him. It was Daisuke, the Oregon trafficker who devised the kidnapping. It's him. Where is he? Kano asked. As he goes by, I've got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection. Kano looked across the Scramble. There were so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. Can you describe him for me? The tall foreign guy, the one wearing glasses. A tall foreigner? Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. Professor. He was kind of low-key into this whole thing. And I was trying to think of, like, if there was any other foreigners, but I kind of forgot about him. Aha, there he was. And as he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Leland Palmer, the lecturer from the English department at Hiromi and Maria's school. Is he Alphard? Palmer was walking right toward Hiromi. Hiromi didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. When Hiromi realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Hello, Hiromi, he said in English. How are you doing? Professor Palmer? What are you doing here? Hiromi's voice came out in an anxious squeak. Why, I'm here to take your blood, of course. This time he spoke Japanese and with an easy fluency totally different from his usual manner of speech. I'm the one who injected you with the UA virus. I've been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months or more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer. Professor, you're Alphard, aren't you? Let's get down to business, shall we? Neither of us has much time. Hiromi stiffened. Please tell me the laboratory password. After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. I've got a device here that will make the extraction quite simple. No way, the password first. That would violate the terms we already negotiated. Hiromi and Palmer glared at one another. Alright, Hiromi said at last, why don't you negotiate with Cannon instead? Cannon? Hiromi took her cell phone out and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly and Cannon did not pick up. What's going on? Hiromi's face went pale. Come on, Cannon. Kano's standing near enough to overhear their conversation grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting? He had to hope talking to Cannon would work out. Kano wait for the call to go through. At this point, they couldn't count on Cannon anymore. Kano rushed into action. I'm going to see what happens if I choose A. He had to hope talking with Cannon would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. But Cannon never answered. Had something happened to her and Tatino? Kano felt his heart pounding. Now then, shall I take what I came here for? Palmer took a step closer to Hiromi. Kano reacted instinctively. Freeze. He drew his gun and trained it on the criminal. Nearby the pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, H.E. darted in to protect Hiromi. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon, then? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer to point the aim of never wavering. Hiromi, he shouted, call Cannon again. Again, Hiromi dialed her phone. Palmer opened the attached case he was carrying. One more move and I shoot, Kano shouted. But the terrorists ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels from within the case. If you want to shoot me, then shoot me, he said, assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about. Is that true? You don't need me to explain. Stanley was right. Alhard had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. How can I even know that's real? How can I even know that's real? It was entirely impossible. This was all a bluff. Ah, indeed. This could all be a fake. Would you care to test that theory? Palmer flashed a coy smile, holding out his fistful of vials. He began to tilt them slowly back and forth, letting them clink against each other. They were fake. No, maybe they were real. Kano couldn't quite decide, and he couldn't take any rash action if there was even a possibility these were the real thing. Did you come here to carry out a suicidal attack, Mr. Alphard? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want to do is get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something. Well then, what will it be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, then resumed his stroll toward Hidomi. She stood frozen on the spot. Susumu! The shout ahead came from Ichi. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Susumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now, it was his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. Just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. The tough-looking young men radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Ichi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hidomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Ichi's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Enough of the high and mighty act. Susumu stomped aggressively towards Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle, sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. Everyone watched in dismay at his hand as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upwards against the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out, H, he shouted. Catch him, catch him. Tremendous blast blew Kano off of his feet as he crashed to the pavement, searing pain shot through his entire body. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off, but why? It didn't make any sense. Alphard had no intention of carrying out a suicidal terror attack. Kano was certain of that. If that had been his intent, he would have just done so at any time without going through the trouble putting on this whole charade. Was there some reason that this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, Kano had a thought. Could it be? Had Stanley not come to the Scramble because he knew this was going to happen? Bad end. A mysterious explosion. Take a quick look at something here. Oh my god. Okay. So it seems out of all the bad ends to get in this chapter, this is the first one. Okay. I'm gonna go back to Kano. At this point, they couldn't count on cannon anymore. Kano rushed into action. Freeze! Kano drew his gun and trained it on Palmer. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Ichi darted and protected Omi, blah 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 blah. Same thing again. can't let that loose here. And why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. True, but so will all the innocent bystanders around us. And a thin smile crawled across Palmer's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alpert? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I wanted to do is get a little of this girl's blood and go quietly on my way, but that is all depends on you, doesn't it? I think the same things are happening again. Same thing. Alright, let's go with, the jump at Ichi. Was this guy Alphard? The man arrived in front of Hiromi and began speaking to her. Hiromi, Maria, even Eiichi's father. This must have been the guy who was responsible for everything. Eiichi felt a pressing urge to flatten him right under, then and there. Still, he knew he could blow his cover until Kato gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. He hurt me, I'll hurt him back. That bill is gonna come due. Protecting Hiromi has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. I have to set aside my hatred right now. I just need to focus on catching this guy. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze. Suddenly Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Eiichi dashed out for Hiromi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alphard, quickly pulling Hiromi out of danger. Hiromi, Kano shouted, call Cannon again. Shielded by Eiichi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Cannon's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hiromi tried calling several more times. Then Alphard withdrew some strange vials from the attached case he brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card then. Kano and Alphard were having some sort of debate. Eiichi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. Alphard flashed a haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Susumu, Eiichi shouted at the top of his lungs. At the signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moving in that mass to help moved en masse to hem Alpart in. Surrounded? Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like police. You're right about that, Ichi said. I mean, take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep an army shield behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse as he tried to utmost not to let it show. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. He grimaced at Ichi's words. I see, then it appeared our negotiations are at a close. Why did he seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. This is just a bluff and he knows he can't get away. He doesn't really care if he survives. Oh no, he was going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alpart met Ichi's eyes, seeing the haunted realization there. The terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough that the high and mighty axe Susumu shouted. He began to stomp toward Alpart, but he didn't reach him in time. The vials in Alpart's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out, catch him, catch him. Ichi gestured his gun to comrades fanned out across the open space. Then out of nowhere, a huge explosion blew Ichi clean off his feet. His eardrums ruptured and his world was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if time had stopped. As he lay crumpled on the pavement, the one thing that still rang in his ears was the tinkling of glass as countless vials smashed on the concrete. Bad end. Number 72, Mysterious Explosion. Oh my. Let's see. So there's two people with bad ends. So, was it this one? I think this is where it was. See what happens. When it goes to jump to Kano, I'm going to see if that actually does anything. I doubt it. It's just something back and forth between each other. Need to figure out how to go about this. Let's see what happens if I select something else here. He heard me and I'll hurt him back. That bill's gonna come due. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? This is just a bluff. He knows he can't get away. His only chance would be to try to spread the virus around and then take off while everyone was distracted, which meant he needed to grab the guy and be done with it. After the high and mighty active into he shared Ichi's opinion, he began to stomp toward Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. Folks. Take us to the labyrinth then, Harajuku. The labyrinth then, cuckoo, he said. Your music, he quirked an eyebrow. Is something the matter? No, 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 no. Hurry up and get in. Okay. It's telling me to do this at one point, so let's see what happens. I actually jostled roughly back and forth with the sound of screeching tires. All this was said before. Let's see what happens when I get there, though. This is still not new. A cool breeze? I wonder if that's where something's being kept. Be right back. Okay, are you solving a mystery, like a murder or something? No, what it is this guy, that's, I don't know if you were watching all that time, a guy has a UA virus that, like, kills people, and the mortality rate is 100%, and the only way to survive, well, they have an antiviral to, like, you know, to treat the or to cure the virus, to stop the virus. But the thing is that they can't get access to it because they need two people to open up a vault, and the person who had the number on them ended up dying in a bombing, and so I need to figure out a way to stop this guy. And there's different selections you got to make throughout the game or whatever in order to see it, and that would take like a lot of time. It's kind of like some of it would be like brute forcing your way through, because you never know, because you feel like you're going the right path by selecting the right stuff, and then you realize, oh no, maybe I should have selected this. So out of like 2 or 3 instances, one of those may not even work to continue a story along, that you may have to go back to somebody else and select something else to have something completely different happen. And it's just, yeah, this game's a little bit all over the place. The second or third chapter was pretty bad for me, like, but it wasn't that bad. Well, it was kind of bad, but I had to like look it up through a guide. So that's what I'm using now, so I don't get stuck in a rut trying to figure what solutions I have to choose in order to move things on along. Because they only have like 2 hours before the person who's there. Also, there is a person injected with the virus, by the way. One of the 2 sisters that are twins. One has the antiviral in her because she was affected with the virus first, and then the other girl got infected, but they need to cure her with the virus. and the person's father is the one that made the antiviral. And you need 2 codes in order to, or 2 thumbprints to get in. But since the guy was burnt and scorched to a crisp, they can't use his identification, meaning that he would have to then get they would have to use his code, but there's no code written down anywhere. He's kept it to himself. So they can hack into it, but it's not easy to brute force. If they had all the time in the world to brute force to get access to this thing, they could do it, but they only have like 2 hours working on their side, or that person's going to start bleeding out and then die. And then the virus will be airborne, and then everybody will die that way too. Here we are, sir. Wait a minute. So yeah. So, what's gonna happen now? That's what I'm wondering. What the heck? What is this place? Many recall I had come to a pitch black void. Cold wind blew from deep within the darkness, carrying with it the sound of a bestial roar. It almost looks like a dungeon of some sort, Minorikawa said. Well, I anticipated this much. He pulled a fountain pen from his pocket. It's no good bringing your gear with you if you don't actually equip it, he said. Pen clutched firmly in the right hand, he strode boldly into the darkness. Oh, a branching path, huh? This is basically a video game at this point. He'd been walking for some time now. Well, a video game within a video game. There was a T that led both left and right, and that sign there looks pretty important. Minorikawa appeared closely at the 4 lines written there. The honest one tells no lies. A liar never tells the truth. One is honest, 2 are liars. See if you can find what's true. Aha, seeking the truth, huh? That's something I can get fired up about. Minorikawa decided to go to the right, to the left. I'm gonna go to the right, I guess. Because that's not what I'm seeing here. After making his way along a chilly passage, he emerged into a chamber of about 10 square meters. I have whiskers. What? A green cat wore a white sign around its neck. I have whiskers. What's that all about? The green cat grinned proudly at Minorikawa's inquiry. It's a hint, the cat said. It's saying that whatever it is has whiskers. I see. So by getting hints like this, I'll eventually be able to solve some riddle and win the challenge. I can't answer any questions. All you get is what's written here. Now proceed. I don't need to fight you or anything. Nothing of the sort. I'm not much into pain, really. Instead, I'll leave you with a warning. The green cat lowered its voice. There's a liar in here. A liar? So, he said, okay, this sign is saying I have whiskers. That's true. Cats have whiskers. That cat costume has whiskers. Now, if it's the person underneath, if it's anything that's supposed to be Maria, the one that's actually infected with the virus, but the virus has nothing to do with this at this at the moment, then technically she doesn't have whiskers, because whiskers would be a mustache in the literal sense. But if figuratively, if we're talking about the costumes, yes, it has whiskers. This person's telling the truth. The blue cat Yes, the blue cat is a liar. Only the green cat tells the truth. The blue cat is a liar? Keep that in mind and be on your way. You mustn't believe what the blue cat tells you. Alrighty then, see ya. And with that, the green cat scampered off down the passageway. Minorikawa followed in the same direction. He came to a dead end. There was a large hole in the floor. A ladder extended down through the darkness. There appeared to be no other way to continue. Minorikawa headed down. Ah, yes, I love that sound. It takes me back to Dragon Quest. From the bottom of the long ladder, another passageway stowed. Minorikawa squinted, but it was too dark to see how far the tunnel might go on. He could still turn back, but it wasn't Minorikawa that ways to bail out after coming so far. He walked onward, never looking back. After a while, he reached another T, a choice left and right again. Minorikawa went, I'm gonna go left and see what happens. Hey again. The blue cat greeted him enthusiastically. As before, it wore a sign around its neck. Minorikawa read the message. I can't move under my own power. Huh? He jotted the words down on the palm of his hand. Ah, shoot, I wrote can't moat by mistake. He tried to rub out the misspelled words with his fingers, but only managed to smudge the ink around. You got that? Yeah, you got that. Later then. Hey, hold up, Minorikawa called out before the blue cat could disappear. What is it? The cat asked. Well, I kind of messed up the note I just took. Then hurry up and fix it. Sorry about this. Okay, got it. Later then. Hold up. What now? I have to ask, are you the liar? No, I'm not. The red one is the liar. Really? Really? You can rest easy on that? I really do need to be going. Wiping away the text from the whiteboard around its neck. Oh, that's a whiteboard? I thought it was just a sign, like a Bristol board or something. The blue cat turned and vanished into the darkness. Minorikawa followed the same direction. He came to a dead end. There was a large hole in the floor. A ladder extended down through the darkness. There appeared to be no other way to continue. It was practically begging him to climb down it. From the bottom of the long ladder stretched another passageway. Minorikawa squinted, but it was too dark to see how far the tunnel might go on. He was starting to think it might be a good idea to turn back, but he couldn't bear to give up now. He walked onward, never looking back. After some distance, he arrived at a four-way intersection. Sweet smelling aroma wafted from the passageway to the left. Minorikawa went straight ahead. After walking down a stretch of dreary passages, he arrived at another small room. Silence, complete and utter. There isn't anyone here? He scanned around the surrounding darkness, but no sign of anyone lurking nearby. Well, if nobody was here, nobody was there. Minorikawa decided to press on, then a voice called out from behind him. Please wait up. I have 4 legs. Yeah, no you don't. Whew, sorry about that, didn't mean to keep you waiting. The red cat came rushing in. My apologies, I'm not such a great runner. The cat smiled and jiggled its chubby tummy. So yeah, I'm the honest red cat. When I meet someone for the first time, I say nice to meet you. If I've already met them, I say hello. If I can't remember if I met them, I fall back on nice weather we're having. Minorikawa read the words written on the cat's sign. I have 4 legs. Got it. Once he jolted down the hand, Minorikawa slipped around the red cat and started down the passageway beyond. Oh, are you leaving already? The red cat called after him. Yeah, I've already seen the hint. Won't you take it a little bit easier? How come? Is there some sort of problem? No, it's not that. Well, there's no problem. Minorikawa headed onward. The red cat hurriedly caught up and made its way past him holding its big head and its belly as it ran on into the darkness. Minorikawa came to a dead end. There was a large hole in the floor, and naturally there was a ladder. Minorikawa headed down the ladder, of course. Alright, so here's what I know. it said that there was one person telling the truth and there was two liars. The cat saying, I have whiskers, the green cat, that was telling the truth. The red one was obviously a lie. The blue one says I can't move under my own, unless under my own power. I mean, we have the power to move ourselves, unless something's holding us back. So, if there's only 3 cats, then the green one's telling the truth, the other 2 are liars. I don't know if this is actually going anywhere, but it's a head scratcher. Bareback will be back for real this time. I have to do something. Okay. No problem, diary. At the bottom of the absurdly long ladder was unexpected another long, narrow passage. No longer harboring any thought of turning back, Minorikawa pressed onward. Reminds me of Phantasy Star as well, actually, too. Or the old Wizardry games. After some distance, he arrived at a 4-way intersection. A breeze was blowing from the passageway to the right. Minorikawa went. Go straight. Ah, you're back again. I live in Africa. And the red cat stood there, panting heavily. Minorikawa read the words written on its sign. I live in Africa. Huh? No need to worry. The red cat only ever tells the truth. You seem to be in pretty bad shape there. The cat broke out in a little coughing fit. Well, anyway, Minorikawa said, guess I'd better move along. But as he began to head down the passageway, the red cat hurried to bar his path. What is it? Oh, nothing in particular. Could you please get out of the way then? How come? Because I need to keep going. Where are you going? Onward from here. Oh, I see. The red cat frowned and clicked its tongue. Did you just click your tongue at me? Of course not. The red cat turned and hurried away, coughing intermediately and shooting resentful looks over his shoulders as it went. Minorikawa followed in the same direction. Another hole? Another hole. There was another hole in the floor. Sick of having to deal with ladders, Minorikawa just jumped straight down. He landed with an elegant flourish like a gymnast finishing a routine. He had to have fallen a few dozen meters. After some distance, he arrived at a 4-way intersection. Minorikawa could hear feline mewling coming from the passageways to the left and right. He went straight ahead. For a while, the path was similar to those before, then suddenly his field of vision opened up. What the heck? Where am I? He was in a wide open field full of yellow flowers blooming. Across the way was an old manor. Did someone actually live in a place like this? Okay, this is pretty badass, I'm not gonna lie. If there was a visual novel that was like this, I would be all up for it. But just without this whole jumping around, though. I like this whole video game aspect to it, though, even though it's just a goofy one-off thing. Did someone actually live in a place like this? No, that was preposterous. This place was buried deep in the depths of the earth. Was he hallucinating? No, the sight before him was unmistakably real. It was far too tangible for some dream or illusion. Should I keep going? Silly question. Going on is my only option. Minorikawa felt drawn to the manor and started walking toward it. I wonder if those flowers are where the virus comes from. He reached the creaky front doors, opened them slowly, and made his way inside. Hello, he called out. Guess nobody's home. What's that? Hold on. Wait. What's going on? Huh? Who are you? I'm Minorikawa. Hey, stop it. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Stay. Step. Whoa. Woof. The echoing of his protracted protracted scream was cut off by the sound of a front door slamming shut. After that, nobody saw Minorikawa ever again. Return to dungeon entrance, return to surface, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Thank you. Only Toma was there to see that. That was quite interesting. Bad end. Game over. Tickets to Bride and Harajuku. Bride and Harajuku, you said? He quirked an eyebrow. Something the matter? Well, no. It's just that Bride is a martial arts pub with a limited membership. I happen to know. They've hit their cap. Oh, really? Mr. Mino, Chiako said quietly. She tugged on his sleeve, but he ignored her and kept talking to Kimizuka. Martial arts pub, huh? He said. I could swear I heard that. It's the SOS hangout. It's an interesting place, the driver told him. The girls cosplay as anime characters, but the fighting itself is for real. Mr. Mino, Chiaki squeaked, but he still ignored her, bemused by this new information. So, that's the kind of place those SOS kids hang out in? Mr. Mino! I guess if you want to see someone get knocked out, and... What is it, Chiaki? Is this upsetting you? Inferno. Huh? You want to go Inferno in Harajuku? That's the SOS place. Inferno? Kimizuki's voice betrayed his surprise. Alright, Minorikawa nodded. Inferno, your Harajuku. That was it. Take us there, would you, Mr. Kimizuka? To Inferno, sir? Kimizuka itches over before something the matter. No, nothing at all. Hurry I wonder what happens. Let's see if it continues. Yep, okay. One last final thing there. I'm gonna select D. Did you have any place in mind? Kimizuka's eyes went wide. Do I have a glimpse into a young lady's mind, he asked. Look, I'm sorry, but we're in a big hurry here. Don't make me have to repeat myself. Yes, sir. Thanks. Very well. Then here goes. Kimizuka cleared his throat and adopted a look of her artistic intensity. I want to say it, but I can't say it. I thought today might be the day, but when our eyes met, it felt so cold. I'm wandering alone in a labyrinth of love. Why can't I just share how I feel? Look back my way. No, don't look back. If I ever do share my feelings, what happens to us then? That's a river we won't be able to uncross. I want to wreck things, but I don't really want to wreck them. I'm sorry for pretending to be so upset. I want to get some distance, but I can't get that distance. I can't do this over the phone. I want to forget, but I can't forget. That day, about half a year ago, it was such a trivial thing, and yet I treasure it even now. I want to say it, but I can't say it. Even if I did, even if I could, like a shell caught in the pounding surf, caught and tumbled back and forth. More than friends, but not quite lovers. Not quite lovers, but more than friends. My apologies, Mr. Kimizuka. I should have repeated myself. To Inferno. Harajuku, if you would. Very well, sir. That was weird. Does it give me the... Does it go down, back? Yep, it does, okay. Very weird. Very weird. Let's go to Kano here for a moment. Oh, hold on a moment. Who was it there that, yeah. Yeah, I can't jump Stanley, though. How do I trigger Stanley? This is the thing I'm supposed to select. No, that's not it. Trying to figure out here. Hold on a moment, folks. I just don't understand this. folks, I'm trying, man, this is really, okay. Okay, yeah. Select HE 1610. I think they mean 1810. Alright. As this is going, I'm taking a look here. Oh. Okay, A. Ichi pressed again. Please, I need to see him. It's important. Just tell him Ichi's here. He'll make an exception. At the mention of his name, the two locals exchanged glances. Alright, I'll go ask him. One of the locals headed inside, that even Ichi alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier. They always took on guard duty, blah 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 blah. Wonder if that's gonna be the same outcome. Okay, hold on here. I select this. I know that, but Kano still wanted to regret it. Expresses regret at how things turned out for his idol. Really are a terrible policeman, you know. Tadino gave him a bare hand of a smile and then headed out of the room. As Kano watched him go, he realized he really didn't have anything to say. Okay. This is select Kano 1810. This is Tatino's retreat. But there's nothing like that there. Oh, Kano's retreat, here we go. Select Kano 1810 and Tatino's retreat. Kano gave him a silent salute. Okay, here we go. Kano gave him a silent salute. It was a breach of protocol to salute while in plain clothes without his cap. Still, it was his best way to hit. He had let Tatino know how he felt. I'll leave the rest to you. Tatino looked one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. There we go. Finally, headway. Kyozo Tatino gingerly flexed his right elbow. It was still a little sore, but it shouldn't interfere with his ability to drive. Does that hurt? Asked the girl called Cannon. No, I'm alright. Good thing I didn't kill you, she said. Her tone matter of fact. You ought to thank that young detective. If he hadn't stopped me, you wouldn't be here right now. Is that right? Tatino looked over at Kano. He was talking to Ichi and the others about something. The last time Tatino had seen Ichi had been back at Katone's wake. He felt a strong surge of emotion, seeing how the boy had grown into a fine young man. Are you sure you don't mind driving? Kanon's voice snapped Tatino back into the moment. Yes, it won't be a problem. Back when she'd attack him on that rooftop, she moved too quickly for him to even get a glimpse of her face. No, that he was able to get a good look at her. He wasn't shocked by how young she looked. And yet, there was a cold gleam in her eyes, a glitter of awareness and no trace of emotion behind it whatsoever. In his long career as a detective, Tatino had seen eyes like that before. It was a look he knew well, the look of someone who had killed and had done so many times. I'm so sorry about all this. Please look after my sister, Domi said. She bowed deeply. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Tatino would have liked to go on to say that helping now was the least he could do to atone for what he had done earlier, but he stopped himself there. Nothing he could say to Hitomi Osawa could possibly earn her forgiveness. So Tatino lowered his head. His subsequent actions would have to make up for his crimes. He had to hope that this was possible. Cannon, you look after my sister too, Hitomi vowed once more. You two know each other? Tatino looked at the two girls in surprise. Cannon is my sister's friend, Hitomi said. I just met her for the first time today. What strange series of events could have transpired for Marie and Cannon to wind up as friends? Tatino felt a prickle of curiosity, but now was not the time for that conversation. Daisuke reappeared. He had gone to fetch his car keys. You know where it's parked? Yeah, he asked. Same as back in the day? That's right, over where we always hung out with Katone back in grade school. Alright. All at once, Tatino was hit with a surge of childhood memories. The sky was a piercing blue, the droning of cicadas echoed in his ears. A refreshing breeze brought intermittent respite from the heat. During summer vacation, they spent their days here in the parking lot behind Daisuke's house. As Tatino and Daisuke played near the stairs at the side of the lot, the blazing sun beating down on them, Katone would always come along with some iced barley tea for them. The two boys would race to see who would drink theirs up the fastest. The cold and fragrant tea flowed down their welcoming throats. Most of the time it was Tatino who would finish first. Daisuke would often choking and spitting this out. Katone would flash him a motherly and sympathetic smile. Then Daisuke would grin back at her sheepishly and fuss with his hair. That had all been nearly 40 years ago, but Tatino could envision their smiles as vividly now as ever. They were his only fond memories of his childhood. Tatino took the keys from Daisuke, clutching them firmly in his fist. "Alright," he said, "we'll be back." He lifted up Maria and, with Cannon supporting her at the other side, began to head for the door. Then Kano called out to him. "Detective Tatino." There was a look of sadness on the younger man's face. "Don't let yourself become a detective like me." Tatino had the words right on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. It suddenly seemed petty to trivialize the aspirations Kano had held for so long. "Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in." After he made that, sure that Maria got to the laboratory, he would cease to be a detective and instead would simply be a criminal. In Japan, a charge of plotting to commit the crime of murder carries a prison term with labor of not more than 2 years. But despite the failures that had brought him to this position, nothing he had said up until now had been a lie. Of that much he could be proud. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. You could at least try to be the detective Kano had so admired until the very end. As Tatino left the room, Kano saluted him crisply. Ordinarily, a detective would salute in plain clothes or without his cap. The little breach of etiquette just showed a little more clearly how Kano felt. If Tatino hadn't been holding Maria up, he would have returned the gesture. Leaving Indo Electronics, smell something strange. Anyway, leaving Indo Electronics, Tatino and Cannon carried Maria up a hectic Dogazaka. Something from outside. Anyway, the parking lot was less than a minute away by foot. Before long, however, they found their way blocked by a veritable wall of people. It was a riot squad with Kuze at the head. Riot squad, a police squad that carries out security and control activities in order to maintain or restore public order in the event of an emergency. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has 9 riot police units, along with a support vehicle unit, for a total of 10 such squads. These also comprise teams that carry out certain specific functions, such as the Explosive Ordnance Division and Chemical Defense Unit. It was a riot squad, with Kuze at the head. Director Kuze? Tatino, what are you planning on doing with that girl? What are you planning on doing with her? I already informed Kano that she'd be put under quarantine. If she's allowed to remain free, all Shibuya will be in danger. Cannon took a step forward. Tatino could sense that she was about to move in for the kill. Easy now, he said softly. Wait. As skilled as Cannon was, she was no match for an entire armed police squad. It's not going to take all of them on. I'm not going to take all of them on, she murmured. I'm just going to take the man in charge hostage. Tatino swallowed. Capture Kuze and then run off? It could work. Considering the time limit they were facing, he knew that they had to find some way to face their way through here. Still, given how far they still had to go to reach the laboratory, you want to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Give me 1 minute. No, just 30 seconds. Tadino turned and stared at Kuze. The two had known each other since their rookie days. Director Kuze, tell me, what is it that you believe in? What do I believe in? Yes, were you always the one who said that you need to put your faith in your subordinates no matter what? Well, yes, that's right. Kuze's eyes wavered ever so slightly. In that case, put your faith in me. No, put your faith in Kano. Kano? He believes that saving Maria Osawa will let us save Shibuya. He's doing everything he can to make that happen. Kuze's lips curled into a wry grin. That sounds like Kano, alright, always thinking in such simple terms. Usually the simple answer is the right one, sir. People like you and me overthink things. We make them more complicated than they need to be. Just consider for a moment. Will putting Maria Osawa under quarantine clear up this case? No, it won't. So long as we don't know how she was infected with the virus, we can't rule out the possibility that other people have been infected as well. Tadino kept his eyes locked on Kuze's. Director Kuze, right now, what we need to do more than anything is get our hands on that antiviral drug. We need to be helping Kano. Please, sir. Kuze furrowed his brow and thought for a few moments, then shook his head. Tadino, buddy, come on, I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. The director's voice squeaked into his childish register. Cannon narrowed her eyes. What's this guy's deal? She whispered. It's hard to explain, but when his voice gets like that, it means he was being completely serious. They were going to have to break through by force. He was confused. Now was their chance to make a run for it. I'm gonna go with B and see what happens. He was confused. Now was their chance to make a run for it. Tadino signaled with his eyes to Cannon, then got ready to sprint past Kuze and his team. He didn't get the chance to, though. Suddenly, Kuze let out a pained yelp. Then, as Tadino watched in surprise, he proceeded to collapse onto the pavement. Arrgh. It hurts. It hurts. Have I been infected with the virus too? The riot squad immediately rushed to the director's side. As Tadino stood there, dumbstruck, Kuze secretly flashed him a knowing wink. That was a terrible performance, Cannon muttered. Yeah, but it was a tour de force as far as I'm concerned. Inwardly, Tadino gave his boss a nod for respect. Stepping past the riot squad, he and Cannon headed for the parking lot. Several members of Kuze's team hurried to chase after them. Don't follow them, Kuze cried out as he read on the ground. Everyone stay back. If you get too close to Maria Osawa, you'll be infected as well. The riot squad stopped in their tracks. Tadino and Cannon took the opportunity to hurry out of sight. Turning through some narrow alleyways, they arrived at the parking lot. The area had changed since Tadino's youth, but some of the old air of nostalgia still lingered. There it is. It spotted a minivan with Endo Electronics written on the side. Tadino gently laid Maria on the back seat. She was still apparently unconscious. Once Cannon had climbed into the passenger seat, Tadino hit the gas and sped off. How far is it to the lab? Cannon asked. Normally it would take about 15 minutes, but with the traffic it started to say, Tadino avoided the stop and go of Dokataka, taking side streets as he headed towards Shibuya Station. Once they had re-emerged on the main thoroughfare, however, he spotted a checkpoint set up ahead. Barricades and armored vehicles were blocking the road. The scale of the security effort showed just how grave the situation truly was. Tadino hit the brakes. What do we do? Cannon spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Tadino thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. They talked their way through. They had to find another way around. They had to plow on through. Let's go and see. They had to plow on through. Get on back seat, Tadino told Cannon. Why? I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall. A feisty grin came to Cannon's face. You got it. Cannon quickly clambered to the back, and Tadino got the accelerator. It's do or die now. Tadino clenched his teeth as the band picked up speed. Then a patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. What the? Reflexively, Tadino eased up on the gas. The police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right toward the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade, it plowed on through, not stopping until it stood up until the curb beyond. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. Alright, here goes. The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Tadino wondered who in the world has been driving the cruiser. Tadino's phone rang and he picked up it as he sped onward. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Oh, nice. Tadino had thought he was at the Asawa residence. That patrol car just now, that was you? Call came in from Task Force HQ saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to Okushi Pharmaceutical, and so I thought you'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tadino, haha, now that was quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? Don't worry about me. Just please help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter no matter what. Tadino could hear the engine draining from Kajiwara's voice. Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. The line went dead. Hopefully it doesn't die. He crashed headlong through that barricade. There was no way he'd come out of that uninjured. I'm sorry, Kajiwara, Tadino said to himself under his breath, and thank you. He bit his lip and then stepped hard on that gas again. Keep out. Check something right quick here. Before I do that, I'm going to go and select and see if I selected the other one right. Yep, I selected this one right. Okay. The other one I selected wrong. I have to select B. I have to find another way around. Get the backseat to the Inotoken, and why? I want you to hold on, Maria, so she doesn't fall. A feisty grin came to Cannon's face. You got it. Oh. Totino waited until Cannon had made her way back to the back, then he threw the minivan into reverse and jammed his foot on the gas. He cut the steering wheel sharply to one side. A loud screeching filled the air as centrifugal force made the vehicle tilt. Then a patrol car came rolling out of the nearby side road. What the? Jammed on the brakes. Police cruiser. No. Same thing. Volcano 1840. Ooh, no, there is no 1840. Well, technically there is. Maybe? Okay, instead of jumping, I'm just gonna let it play through. Still waiting. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Jump into Stanley. It was 6:00 p.m. Alphard had contacted the Motley team at End Electronics, and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new developments had also provided them with one big chance. A chance that Alphard might appear in person at long last. You did fine. Jack Stanley set his hand on Kana's shoulder. A weak smile came to the detective's face. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment he saw in Kano the image of his younger brother Frank. Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place right away. Frank's nervous shout echoed through the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the Bomb and Arson Squad. Bomb and Arson Squad, subsection of the Chicago's Police Department's Bureau of Investigation Service, BIS, that handles investigation of bomb and arson related cases. This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alphard was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and had discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived at the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonation trigger is set in the worst possible place. It's going to be a bastard to remove it. In that case, you need to get out of there too, Frank Stanley said. No, I need to make sure I can figure out how this thing is set up so the disposal unit knows what to do when they get here. I'll be alright. Look, you can possibly see it from back there. Stanley could indeed see the small explosive where Murray stood. It was held by place by several screws. The timer had just ticked down past the 30-minute mark. They had plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet. But Stanley hesitated. From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his brother out of there, a lot of innocent people might die. Alright, he said, I understand. Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could freeze this thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice, huh? I don't suppose ice cream would do the trick. That'd be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it. Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in place of an actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment the tension dissolved into laughter. Alright, Stanley said, I'll be back. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's me and you have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests. You made the right choice here. Stanley gave Kano a thumb up on the back, and the detective cracked a tiny grin. What about my choices, though? Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out his cell phone. He made a call to his superior, Gordon. It's me, he said. What's the situation? I hear the Japanese police want to put Maria Osawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your orders, sir? It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow that virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alhard is after Hinomi Osawa. There's no reason to leave Maria at large any longer. If you put Maria Osawa under quarantine, she's going to die. I know that, but there will be far fewer victims as a result. Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be a dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it, but the fact couldn't overcome his revolution that Gordon's callous attitude toward Maria. Victims are still victims, he said. What was that? Nothing, sir. I'll continue my operation to apprehend Alpard. Stanley hung up the phone. He didn't care if his superiors took action against him once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. But what if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? The dilemma gnawed at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of the two evils. To sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No, damn it, he would save that one life, and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid the so-called easy way out, no matter what it took. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Maria was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong of that, he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly over and over. Kino was watching Tadino prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Tadino and Cannon would head to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral forward. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to Scramble to apprehend Alpard. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going as smoothly as Cannon had suggested? Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Once Alpard has made contact with Hinomi, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alpard might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal was struck. What sort of things might Alpard request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Cannon. She was helping Tadino to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he'd asked just what her bargaining chips were. yelled his tongue watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alphard. He glanced at the monitor displays in the workroom. This embodied sound of Alfred's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. I'll appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alphard would actually show up in the flesh. Nationally, age, sex, so much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long ever reveal their true identity? And yet Alphard had gone way out of the way to claim that that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he'd made turning up in person a huge selling point of the deal. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. There was no doubt about it. Alphard wanted them to expect him on site and in person, so why would that be? He's using himself as bait to lure me and Cannon out. This is a near perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, how might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the Scramble? Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No, something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically following from the last. But at a time like this, how could it be? That could be a very dangerous thing. Alphard may well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Stanley needed to assume that any clue that he thought he'd found was something Alphard had left behind on purpose. So maybe the suggestion that their target would come to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of sending himself in circles, Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing? Aha, there we go. Why had Alphard put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he'd been chosen. If the kidnapping had failed, what would have happened then? Of course, this was Alphard that they were dealing with. Maybe the possible failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hinomi, hadn't he? If Alphard had gone with a professional, that sort of mix-up would never happen. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was unacceptable or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan. Of course, advantage. Using Daisuke must have provided some important advantage that outweighed his flaws. It was the only thing that made sense, which meant the reason Alphard had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was A, to create an alibi to keep his true identity secret. That's one of their objectives. I'll be right back, folks. Just gonna take care of a little business. back. Apologize for that. Okay, which meant the reason Alphard had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was to carry out some other objective. That's my guess. He set up the kidnapping, devised the ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that, all the while Alphard himself was working towards his true goal, getting Hidomi's blood. Which meant that Daisuke, I'll just call him Daisuke, it doesn't matter, because at this point, I don't think a lot of people care that I'm mispronouncing words at this point, hopefully. Oh, I did hear, be right back. I wonder why it was so quiet. Yeah. Is he the bad option or something? Because it's color different? No, it was how I had it highlighted. Apologize. I didn't know you messaged while I was gone. Yeah, I did say it right back. I had to take care of a little business. Yep. Continuing. Yeah, me either, Tyree. Alright. Which means that Daisuke kidnapping Maria by mistake had in fact made a misstep. That was why in the end Alphard had proposed trading the password for Hidomi's blood. Could that really be it? Stanley decided to take it up on the man himself. Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know Hidomi had a twin sister before the kidnapping? I didn't know. So when did you find out? After I had Maria kidnapped, the organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl, said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one. He never mentioned Hidomi having a twin before all this started. No. If I'd known, I'd have been a lot more careful. Alphard had certainly known that the Osawa girls were twins, but despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alphard had intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. By using an amateur, Alphard had set up the police to write off Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Had Daisuke had brought in simply in the name of camouflage? But why? Alphard was after Hidomi's blood. Daisuke was after Hidomi's heart. They both wanted the same thing, so why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic hadn't run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following until he found out where the track would lead. Where's the storeroom where you were keeping Maria, he asked. Daisuke hung his head. It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask? Do you mind showing me? There's something I'd like to check. At this point, he needed to go back over everything right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out of the storeroom. Speaking of this storeroom, Daisuke said as they were walking to the back part of the building, there's something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place? You're certain you locked her in? Stanley asked. Daisuke nodded. At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left. I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the UA virus. It makes sense based on the working timeline of when we expect her to go symptomatic. When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had held its shut line broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up and then opened the storeroom door. Ah, look at this mess. It was obvious immediately that merchandise had been stolen. I doubt Maria did this, Daisuke said. Maybe some thieves broke in. He made a quick inspection to assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing. This looks like the work of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before. Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom. Where did you have Maria saw what he asked. Behind the cardboard boxes. The boxes he indicated were piled high, close enough one corner of the room. If Maria was unconscious behind them, the burglars might well have never noticed her. So Maria was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to burglars breaking the lock Stanley mused. Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alfred's plan, he wondered. What had Alfred planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in? He was going to kill her, he was going to trade her for Hidomi, he was going to release her at some later time. Let's see what happens if I select this. He was going to release her at some later time. Since he'd gone to the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense, and Stanley could only think of one reason to release and infect Maria, to turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realized it. It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such a disaster. First it would run the circuit around the Yamano line, and then if any infected happened to head to the airports at either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. But that hadn't come to pass. They managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alfred? No, that can't be it. Alfred wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, horrific as it was likely just covered to hide some other scheme. But then, what was the ultimate goal? Stanley still didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made his way behind the stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it, and it was just a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. If he was going to find any clues here, it would probably have been from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. Let me see that, Daisuke said from behind him. I'll see if I can fix it. Do you think you can? Stanley asked as he handed it over. I won't know until I try, but that sign out front saying I run an electronics shop isn't just for show. Turned his attention back to the handbag. Stanley researched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside. He overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. He knows who the person is. It's him. Look out, Ichi shouted. Catch him, catch him. The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. The SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was heading straight on toward him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here, and needed to make it. You had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring that bastard down. Steadily he gained on his quarry. I want Left 4 Dead 2 to come out on PlayStation system, but it never come. Yeah, Tyree, there was a... I'll just put it to you this way. Before the VR game that had something to do with Half-Life came out on Steam, they were talking to Valve, and either it was Gabe Newell or somebody else, and they were saying, like, would you ever, like, bring, like, you know, would you ever, like, you know, port games over to PS4 or whatever, like the Left 4 Dead series and stuff like that and whatever, and they're like, yeah, we don't really have any interest in doing stuff like that. So, because they said that, it's probably most likely never to happen. Yeah. But when they released Portal 2 on the PlayStation 3, they said they regret having EA deal with that. If they were able to... No, let me rephrase that again. If they could... Basically, they should have worked on the PS3 port of it, is what they basically said, instead of letting EA deal with it. But I just don't know why they just don't see if Sony would want them to do this, and then just be like, well, we can let you guys work on it to bring it over to the PS4, but you're just going to have to hire the team to do it, because we're not doing it. So really, it depends, like, it would be, like, up to Sony to, like, pay for it or something. I don't know, whatever. Too bad that didn't happen, but yeah. Valve basically came right out and just said, yeah, we just don't have any interest in that. And there was nothing, you know, mentioning about Left 4 Dead 3 either. Long story short, some of the people that were behind Half-Life and some of the people that were behind, apparently, Left 4 Dead, either passed away or, they left the company. One of the two. Counter-Strike on the PS3, too. Yeah. I tried a trial of that for an hour, and I thought it was pretty fun, but it just wasn't enough to warrant me to buy it, because I didn't know anybody else that had it, or had any interest in it, so that's why I passed on it. But anyway, it happens. No, I mean, if Valve even remotely considered the PS4 with how popular it was, if they brought that over to the PS4, that thing would have sold like gangbusters. But, you know, whatever. You had it? Right on. Definitely dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch... Oh wait, steadily he gained on his quarry, that's right. At last he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Oof. Palmer went down flailing and hit the pavement hard. Even then he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Tell me the password, Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. You made the wrong choice. Wrong choice? The UA is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You just killed everyone in the city. No, Kano shot back. Nobody's going to die. What makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing, which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. My eyes? Why do you think you are? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Tadino doused in gasoline. Had marched into that financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password? Give it to me now. Tano tightened a grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Naomi Osawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it would really be impossible to strike a deal without Cannon. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs, then handcuffed Palmer's arm to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. The sad thing is my laptop broke, so I can't play Counter-Strike or Left 4 Dead right now. Sorry to hear that, man. Then, without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted, and just what's this supposed to be? Tell me the password. Or else what, you'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself. Yeah, probably, Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. What the hell are you thinking? The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down him. I just wanted to know the password. I'm getting revenge for my partner. Even if I die, my friends will avenge me. I just want to know the password. If that's really what you're after, then you can't kill me. Palmer and Kano locked eyes, both refusing to back down. The scent of gasoline fumes filled the air around them. Kano knew that the slightest spark could set off a massive fireball. Calmly he flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. The password. You value your life so little? The password. In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dick Dim. Number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He would practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow the world around him, dissolving into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of life or death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on the point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Suzio's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit. Detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go.
promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. Alright, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. Password first. His voice a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. But Osawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately that something was amiss. Detective. Ichi's voice was full of worry. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tatino... And another explosion. Good grief. Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Ichi's words. A thunderous blast hurled him to the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter seemingly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. Bad end. Mysterious explosion. Let's go to Stanley. My laptop wasn't a gaming one, but those games were easy to run. Yeah, my computer would laugh at me if I tried doing something like that. That's how bad, like, how old, like, some of my parts are in my computer. Mainly the video card. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa as he did. Okay, here we go, Stanley. Turning his attention back to the handbags, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. Man Cannon, 7:30. Stanley heard... Excuse me. Hold on a sec, folks. Sorry about that. Stanley hurriedly flipped the phone back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Cannon who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tatino just a few minutes ago. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Let's see. Hey, Arajo. Thank you. Really that bad. Mine was an average laptop. Maybe you could run it on low settings. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. How you doing, buddy? You all doing alright today? It could be better. Just... Let me put it to you this way, alright, Joe. And I'm not really blaming my friend, because it was just a discussion that me and my friend was having. She was telling me, like, some about, like, of her fears, and she was telling me that her fears are, one of her fears was black holes. And I'm like, oh, really? And I'm like, well, good thing no black holes are around here. And I chuckled, right? And then she was like, actually, there is one heading toward Earth. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, it's not anytime soon. And I'm like, are you serious? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, since when? And she's like, I don't know, but we just know that there is a black hole heading this way, but it's not going to be in our lifetime. And I said, oh. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, we talking about a couple 100 years or thousands of years? And she said, yeah. Well, I said 1,000 years. Like thousands and thousands of years. And I said, yeah. And she said, yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. And just, even though this is out of my, like, you know, no scientific data. So anyway, just being told little things like this, stuff that's out of my control, even if I'm not even alive or whatever, I just think about the human race, and then, like, just like this stuff, like, gets me depressed and gets my anxieties going and stuff. So, but yeah, so, ever since then, I was just kind of, like, feeling like, you know, only focus on what you can control. Yeah, that's the thing, though, but don't let it get to you. That's the thing. Sometimes I could be doing stuff, and then all of a sudden somebody could say something to trigger something, and then I'll be thinking about that kind of stuff. Or sometimes I won't even have to hear a word or a conversation to trigger things. Like, all this just, like, comes entering in my head, and I'm not even trying to think about it. It sucks. Like, it's sad and depressing stuff. And just that, just, like, you know, gets me depressed and, like, my anxiety going and stuff, basically. So she was just like, yeah, there's, like, it's, like, way, 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 way out there. She was just like, it's that slow and that far away in space that it's so far away from, like, Earth, you know. And I was just like, okay. Like, if this was, like, a younger me back in, like, when I was in, like, high school, I'd just be like, oh, well, you know, hopefully, you know, someday, like, if there's nothing that can stop that, then hopefully maybe we'll come up with something in the future that we can be prepared for it or whatever. But apparently that black hole sucks in everything, not just in its its path. Because I said to her, and I'm like, well, think of this black hole as Godzilla for a moment. If Godzilla is walking down your street and is crushing your houses in front of him, it doesn't mean the houses are, you know, off to the right or to the, you know, far off to the left and far off to the right is going to affect him, right? It's only going to be that, you know, what's right there in its line of sight, you know, at that, like, right there, right down the middle. And she's just like, no, everything's being sucked in towards it. And I'm like, even the things that are far off left and right, it's that big. And I'm like, really? And I'm like, okay. Anyway, so yeah. I love how fragile my brain is. I mean, sure, everybody's brain is fragile, but I mean, with just stuff like this, though. Anyway. So yeah. Other than that, my day was meh. But my day was okay. Well, actually, my sleep was shitty. But other than that, everything was meh. It was okay. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like Cannon, who had been there at End Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tatino just a few minutes ago. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Cannon, then who was she? No. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be? Was she Alfred? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alfred was masquerading as Canon, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her, and at long last Stanley could see the outline of Alfred's plan. Her goal was... anyway, well, how was your day, alright, Joe? Her goal was to get the antiviral, but extracting the DDS from Hidomi's blood wasn't enough. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it, which meant that in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alfhard had also needed to destroy Okoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alfred's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Asawa kidnapped, then infect with the UA virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Asawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alfhard had become masquerading as Canon. Canon was Maria's friend and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Asawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alfhard is the guise of Canon. And the disguise of Canon. He saved Hidomi's life repeatedly. Good, half day of work done today, and since I'm trying to sell my house, I've painted and done yard work today. Nice. Nice. Then it must be a nice day there to do, can't even speak. It must have been a nice day to do yard work today then, if that's the case. Yeah. Getting Hidomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. So out of curiosity, it's cloudy and muggy after 2 days of rain. Yeah, we haven't really had much of any rain here at all. Like, the last time it rained was like a day or two ago, but it wasn't really anything to talk about. Or within the past like 5 days anyway, I should say. I would say about 7 days ago it rained, but it only lasted for so long. It was a quick downpour, and then that was it. Like, it made some puddles here and there, but that was it. Like, a crap load of rain fell, but it only lasted for so long. There was still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alfred going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from her ever getting into the Okoshi facility. I fixed it. Tasuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could, at any rate. It looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. See, Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alfred with what he had already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the Scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please don't ask me to explain. Something else had come up, and I have to see to it. Stanley, hating having to do this, he wished he could explain everything, but if he made any usual moves now, there was a risk that Alfred would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companions in the dark just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to and come back. Soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano gave him the thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive, and now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. Shoulders are killing you. What are you, old? Just kidding. Oh. I still need to pull weeds, but my back and shoulders are killing me at the moment. You should get one of those things there that you put, onto the ground, and you stomp your foot down onto it, and then you just turn it up. That way you don't have to bend over. Yeah. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mix up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivety? Naivete? I don't know. However it is, it's like naive, but I'm not sure what the T part of it, how it's pronounced. In the end, it was all part of, the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? Frank cast an anxious look on his older brother as they made their way to the University of Chicago. University of Chicago, private university in Chicago, Illinois, lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the U.S. More than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school has made a number of major contributions to the world beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1, and the Chicago School of Economics, the school of economic thought that stresses monetarism. It's my responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worried about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother and I care about you, and I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. Alright, Jack, I hear you, and thanks. I can't use that, unfortunately. That would tear up my rock garden. I was actually going to ask you about 2 or 3 minutes ago, before, when you were mentioning about the weeds and that, or before you mentioned like pulling out the weeds, that you did housework. I was going to say, do you have a garden, and are you the one that tends after it? But here it is that you mentioned rock garden. Keno promised me one thing. What's that? Once this is over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure, alright. That's a promise now, remember. Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Hurrying out of Indo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tatino as he ran along. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it, he said as soon as Tatino picked up. He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alphard was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer yes or no. He told Tadino to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alphard from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Cannon. Tadino sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Will do, Tadino replied. So he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was confirmed. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Davina was no match for Alphard. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tatino with one final warning. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Find a way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. Just keep Maria safe, that's your job. We have 2 real bushes and 3 fake flowers in it. My wife and I both. 3 fake flowers in it? So did you, like, go out and buy, like, fake flowers and just, like, planted them and you're like, hey, garden. I mean, if you did, I mean, power to you, but I just kind of find it funny. I've never heard of that, anybody doing that before. I'm gonna click, just keep Maria safe, that's your job. See what happens. Didino hung up without saying anything. The area around Dolgonzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert and that the people in the street were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. This honking. Modern-day Japan lacks both the infrastructure and the legal framework to properly deal with a large-scale bioterrorist threat. Coordination between the police, Japan Self-Defense Force, JSDF, health centers, and so forth would be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was ever unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos. The main roads had been blocked off and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the Scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Yep, I had to replace the 2 rose bushes. They were growing very wild, and there's 2 bird feeders in it also. Oh, right on. So the 2 rose bushes were growing very wild. So, what did you do with the rose bushes? Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it into his car, still parked on the roadside and unfortunately beyond the blocked off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake? Who'd been sent to the Scramble? Who'd been sent to the Scramble? Call came in from Tatino. Stanley here. He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered, why was Tatino calling him? Alfred was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Tatino said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Tatino did not reply. Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink and water. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. The call cut out. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tatino's number, but he couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant and thinking that he might be a match for Alfred? His worries turned to the team at the Scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Ichi. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things down at the Scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Ichi to put him on the phone with Kano. Yeah, give me a sec. The young man said, "Detective." Stanley could hear Ichi's shouting on the other end. "I've got Stanley on the line," he said. "That Detective Tatino." There was a sudden tremendous boom, and then the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly again and again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again and again, and again and again. He didn't stop, even when his fists were marked with blood. Oh, they got trashed about 2 years ago. What? How did they get trashed? Rachel trash talk bird. Oh my goodness, oh my gosh. That would be kind of weird. Rachel just stepping outside his house, trash talking birds. Then I'm pretty sure people would be looking at a Rachel like, okay, this guy lost his mind. Laugh my ass off, yeah. Just do the jump towards Tatino. Oh, I can't. Interesting. Something here. There's Ichi. Oh, wait a minute. Right, I played past this with Kano. The vials in Afro's hand went sailing high into the air. "Look out! Catch him! Catch him!" Ichi gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. The vials seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had the sky even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Ichi saw Susumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appear to have done the same. Here's one more. There's one more over there. The desperate shout had come from Hiromi. She spotted a vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it. Ichi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the only vial was so far away. Yeah. It's now or never. He threw himself into a head first. Nice catch. The game members broke out into cheer and applause. Ichi got to his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of either Kano or Alfred. "Hey Ichi, if you're looking for the detective." Susumu gestured with his chin. Ichi looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble chasing after Alfred. Soon both men were lost in the crowd. AG would have charged off in a pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. AG's cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? Something isn't right. Huh? I can't get in touch with Totino, Stanley said. What about on your end? Anything unusual going on? No problem here for the moment. Detective Kano managed to catch Alfred. Did he get the password? Dunno, I think he just finished his interrogation. Could you put me on the line with Kano? Yeah, give me a sec. AG turned to Kano and shouted, Detective! Kano turned to look at him as he was flipping his own cell phone closed. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Totino... Before he could complete his sentence, a massive explosion blasted AG off his feet. Bits of metal tore through his arms, legs, and torso. He crashed to the ground and crumpled like a tattered rag. There were screams coming from all directions, but as AG started to fade from consciousness, the voices got softer and softer. Through the haze of pain, he saw a bloodied arm stretched out before him. He saw a hand that had been clasped with his hand all day long. The fingers feebly reached for him, and each intertwined with his own. It took the very last of his strength. Then both hands subsided into stillness. Bad end, yeah. Okay, what am I missing here? Bad end, bad end. End. Oh, yeah. I gotta read this. If this is another keep out, then I gotta figure something out here. Tadino's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Yeah. Alright, come on. Yeah, but keep out again. Good grief. Okay, something's... I gotta do something here. What's going on? Let's see. Keep out. Bad end. Unless... No, can't be. Alright. Maybe this is it. There we go. Once they made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply what will do. For a moment, Totino was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. That ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Cannon with you right now? That's right. That Cannon is an imposter. Totino gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alfard. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've gotten some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back now. Danilo struggled to come to terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Cannon through the rear view mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There was only one possible reason. If Cannon really was Alphard, then she had only one goal. She was pretending on Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Cannon was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Hiromi had said as much herself. Cannon is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like, and since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Cannon. Or did it? When Cannon showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Tatino, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the Endo-Electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tatino felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hiromi? Shouldn't she have known what Cannon looked like? Tatino tried to remember just what Hiromi had said. Cannon is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. If they never met each other before today, then maybe Hiromi didn't know what the real Cannon looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. Hey Danilo, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back around without her realizing what's going on. Even if Cannon really was Alpha, Tatino had to keep heading toward that lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right. No was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Tatino affirmed. Alright then, guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatino hung up. Who was that? Cannon asked. Tatino felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, the cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Okay, Cannon muttered something disinterested. Tatino could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. At last, a minivan arrived at Okushi Pharmaceutical. Damn, I thought he said he wasn't going to bring her there. Tatino pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to the side entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director. Tatino barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa. The security guard spat back. Moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tatino scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then the car came racing towards him along the street. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out of the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tatino and then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan, who looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness, she still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tatino explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You gotta be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders came from, Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Oh, I need a drink. Oh my god. Tatino racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they had to climb the gate and break their way in? Then over the intercom they heard the sound of a phone ring in the security room. Security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tatino could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Huh? Why? Tatino and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino, Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief, subtle voice exchange with the guard. That voice. VOCE. What was that all about? Tadino asked. It wouldn't seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. Wife, after someone left home, AI had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not AI's real daughter, it turned out that the time they'd spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familial bond. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tatino didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has that lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No, she wasn't able to do anything but the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan. We should get you to the laboratory then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alphard, Tatino couldn't let her into that lab. But without letting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? He was going to have let her into the lab. I'm gonna go with B. They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. Tatino knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Osawa turned and cast a look of confusion back at Tatino and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks. We'll wait out here, Tatino said. But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password? There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. Alright, but we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside, please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. What do you think you're doing? Kanan asked. Stiffening as Tatino nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. You're Alphard, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Tatino to keep a bead on her. By the time she righted herself, she had already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in the stare down, the weapons aimed at one another. Then Kanan's phone rang and she reached to answer it. Don't move, Tatino roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care, don't you move. If Kanan really was Alphard, the whole plan might be a sham. Tatino kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible, but I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario. If you don't let me into that lab, who's going to hack the password? If you've got your little decoy, my friends will get the fake Alphard to cough up the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. And what about Stanley, then? Is he on his way here? Who knows, Tatino said. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Tatino adjusted his arm, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Cannon stared back at Tadino, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. It doesn't matter what Hitomi says, I trust my own judgment. Stop, this is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. I'm gonna go with A. It doesn't matter what Hitomi says, I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? And is that always correct? Cannon began punching in numbers. She never took her eyes off Tadino as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. She's not answering. Cannon hung up and tried calling again. It's me. It looked like she'd gone through this time. That detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alhart, not Cannon. After a few moments, Cannon held the phone out to Tadino. Here, Hitomi says I'm definitely Cannon. Tadino didn't reach up for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Cannon with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce Tadino's bad. Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Cannon to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Cannon in the first place. So maybe you're Cannon, and you're Alfred. Cannon shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tadino said. I'm guessing you already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Cannon didn't do much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still, as Hitomi Isawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi, that's why you lured her down to the Scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yeah, that's right. Tadino couldn't be certain, but he couldn't think of any other way. Cannon let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Alfred keeps outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He never solicited help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Cannon's, but also seemed like they were Alfred's. Whatever the case, Tadino had to let Kano know that Hitomi was in danger. With his gun still at the ready, he got out his phone and called the detective. The phone rang several times and nobody answered. Eventually he had no choice but to hang up. They must have been in the middle of a conversation on the other end. Now Tadino could only pray that Kano and the others would be able to handle whatever threat they were up against. I'm not letting you in there. At that, Cannon let out a faint chuckle. In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tadino might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Cannon said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Cannon glared sharply at Tadino. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tadino said, try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. I don't want to pull the trigger if I don't have to. I'm gonna go with A. Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Cannon took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. How? How did you know about that? Tadino was shaken now, his arm wavering. I heard you talking with a younger detective up on the rooftop. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Cannon pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me right here. Huh? The corner of my mouth twisted up. Oh, the corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Tadino's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Totino shook his head violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Ken's words out of his head. Just keep Maria safe, that's your job. That's what Stanley had said, and he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. That was Alfred. A sadistic terrorist. She's kind of got the same look as Al Carawan. He just needed to trust himself more. Pull it. There was a horror visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up Totino's throat. He pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger, the recoil in the wake of the shot, it was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Were you even aiming? The voice had come from right in front of him. He looked up to see Cannon standing right there. His heart began hammering like that. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was the dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. I'm ready to fire one last shot. What about Stanley? Damn it, I can't go to Stanley either. I'm trying to figure out here. Pulling out a cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley. Here we go. Oh, this. Crap. Alright. Okay, so that was back towards Tatino. Oh yes, right here. Duh. I was like, I knew I'd seen something somewhere, and it was Tatino's. I'm tired, folks. I didn't have a very good sleep the night before. Kind of just want to pass out now, honestly. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who had been sent to Scramble? To act as a decoy to get Hidomi's blood and discriminate terrorism? To act as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose, but it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alfred had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associate with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics such as age and sex and nationality had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she allowed this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alfred likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained and Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted out loud. He just realized that what Alfred hoped to accomplish at the Scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how. Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alfred had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the Scramble herself, so how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something that she said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at that Scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant, though. Stan recalled the recent exchange between Alfred and Homie. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alfred hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She's been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. Excuse me. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alfred. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he could risk calling Kano. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call H.E. Stanley dialed H.E. Enda's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself while he waited for the call to connect. But although he called it repeatedly, H.E. still didn't pick up. Was he already too late? Stanley dreaded the answer to that question. Oh god, keep out again. Good grief. Have mercy. try this. Doesn't care if he survives. Back to this again. Let's see. I should have let it continue. Sorry, folks. I thought that would continue to trigger that bad response there, but I was just checking to see if it would show like a jump. Oh my god. Explosion again, blah blah blah. Come on. See the bad end from him, see if anything changes. Stop this sort of nonsense. We don't have time for right now. Cannon shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alphard, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tadino said. I'm guessing you already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Cannon didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Omiyasawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Omi. That's why you lured her down to the Scramble, am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using the so-called substitute Alphard or something. Yes, that's right. Tadino couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kinda let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alphard, she said. Alfred keeps to the outlines of his plan, blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off the schemes by himself. He never solicited help from a third party. The words seemed like they were cannons, but also seemed like they were from Alfred's. With the gun still at the ready, Tonino got out his phone and called Kano. The young detective was quick to pick up. Detective Tatino, what's going on? You need to get Asawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry. Yes, sir. Once he had gotten Kano's confirmation, Tonino hung up. And now your little plan has been foiled, Tonino said. Cannon snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alfred, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right into that lab. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tadino might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun cannon, said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Cannon glared sharply at Tino. Her look pierced him like a blade, then she squirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tino said, try anything funny, I'll make sure you regret it. I don't want to pull the trigger if I have to. What if I click B? I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. It's that you can't pull that trigger. Cannon took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. Yeah, we're back to this again, okay. Just keep Mary safe, that's your job. Yep. And he was right. Don't hesitate, don't think. That was Alfred. As a district terrorist, he just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. There was a horrid visceral sound, guess recludes, yeah. I need to jump to Kino. If it says I can't, I'm gonna scream. Oh my lord, you gotta be kidding me. HE's 1905. Okay. So I need to go back to HE for the 18th time. What's the time for it? Because this is 1905 over there. Nope. Okay. So this is 1905. Yeah, 1905. What the? Okay, so that's 1905. And this is 1905. What am I missing here? Okay, so it said at 1905, but it is 1905, so unless I have to get the bad end to trigger in order to go over, if that's the case, then this is just a dumb way to go about it, honestly. Okay. As I said, dumb way. It's not a bad end now, but yeah. Alright, here we go again. Eventually, H.E. spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alphard to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some real good news. Now Hiromi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through H.E.'s body. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? H.E. quickly filled him in on the good news. Detective caught Alfred. He got him to give it the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, H.E.'s head swam. This isn't over yet. Why? What's going on? If you want to see Hiromi, then shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hiromi's cell phone. Turn off her phone. What for? Is Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Ichi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hiromi and the false Alphard at the same time. Eliminate both Hiromi and his own decoy. Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alphard? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now, he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hiromi. Hiromi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then H.E. turned in Kano's direction. "Detective," he shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. "Detective, that's not the real Alhard. He's a fake." "Fake?" Kano looked understandably shocked. "Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alhard is planning to get rid of both Hidomi and the fake with some kind of bomb." Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alhard and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Ichi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out Hidomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful, so it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Ichi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Kano made his way over to Hidomi. "Pardon me, miss, I just need to search you real quick." "Wait, had Hidomi been planted with a bomb?" "Ichi, keep an eye on this guy," Kano said. "If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out." "Okay, sure thing." Ichi took up watch over the decoy Alhard. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Ichi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him cold at the first sign of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hidomi. "Did you buy all the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself?" "Yes, most of them." "The ring I got from my sister." "What about your clothes?" "The necklace. It's supposed to be a GPS, but it's a bomb." "Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before it got torn." I see." Then as Kano continued to search, he cried out suddenly in realization, "Hidomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb." Hidomi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. "Oh, no, actually, because the thing did actually act as a GPS, now that I think about it." Ichi looked on in alarm as he realized the detective was going to turn the phone on. "Stop! Don't turn that thing on!" Kano froze at Ichi's sudden shout. "Why not?" The detective's quizzical eyebrow. "I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off." The blood drained visibly from Kano's face. Quickly pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed up the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Ichi, but one thing seemed clear: Hinomi's phone itself might be the bomb. But wait, Ichi found himself doubting the phone bomb idea. If Hinomi hadn't brought her cell phone with her, what would have happened then? Would that mean there would be no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alfhard would have thought of a way to eliminate Hinomi and the decoy crook, whether she had her phone on her or not. It was too worrying a prospect to ignore. Ichi waited impatiently for Kano to hang up and asked, "Well, what do we do?" "For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here." Kano set the cell phone on the ground and started to put some distance between himself and it. Ichi followed him after him, dragging the fake Alfred along. Okay. Suddenly there was a tremendous boom and a furious impact ripped through Ichi's body. "I knew it," Ichi thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement. Hinomi's cell phone was powered off, so it couldn't have been the bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. It was the last thought Ichi ever had. Oh my god. So what happens if I just continue with Kano then? Oh, lordy. Hold on. The phone rang several times before Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Osawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes. 59FBAI4QL1. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then at last Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kano let out a deep breath of utter relief. Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose that it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue. All over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, this sure is quite the mess. Rolling around in surprise, Kano... Hold on a sec, folks. Rolling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Director Kuze. He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but I save the apology, Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved this case. You did good, kid. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, and one more thing, Kano? Yes, sir? Sasayama has regained consciousness. I think you'd like to know. Sasayama? They were able to save him? I got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's going to pull through. That's great. Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Osawa was able to get the lock at the lab open, he should have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. Metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. It really had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew that what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but the director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Tatino. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could have asked for. Someday he hoped he really might be a detective like Tatino. No, he decided he would be. Until then, he never would give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. Kano looked up into the sky, and the neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. H.E. was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How'd the negotiations go? The detective called Alfred. H.E. replied happily. He got him to give up the password, and I think he called the folks up at the lab. Does that mean the case is closing then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause before H.E. responded. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Naomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley snapped. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Naomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? I'm pretty sure there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? H.E.'s voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Naomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Cannon was Alfred. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first turn off the cell phone, then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Hopefully the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Even since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alfred. He would never forget the rage he'd felt of having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, beating away the throng of panicking civilians, but all the while he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We got almost 30 minutes left, he'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts had gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Protective gear, explosive ordnance disposal, EOD suits, also commonly called bomb suits or blast suits, worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast or from any rolled fragments an explosion may produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect the wearer from the large, powerful explosives, such as several hundred grams of C4 detonated at close range. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 50 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's gonna be alright, but he got no chance to relish that thought. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. Remote control. When electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented, they quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics such as cellular phones or keyless entry remotes for cars as explosive triggers. Alfred had received them using the visible timer to lull them into false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come to the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decision he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. No matter how much he blamed himself, he wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alfred with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alfred ever since. He would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd suppose even hesitating to get his own hands dirty, he would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alfred's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws into his own quarry's throat if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast. If that improved his chances at the hunt, for the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alfred had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years now. Those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back to the moment, he reveled in his own ferocity and at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. Arresting her wasn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. If I don't sink to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think?
B? If I don't sink to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. Stanley's heart had room for nothing but revenge. The law wasn't going to punish Alfred. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer could understand his seething resentment. The Okishi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. Stanley felt a chill in the pit of his stomach. He hopped out of the car and then gasped. Tino. The detective was sprawled face down on the ground outside the laboratory gate, his gun still in his hand, while that pool around his head. He'd been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt the weight of his mistake. Tadino had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and had gotten himself killed. Stanley had put him up to it. He should never have let Tadino try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. There must have been some way he could have averted this disaster. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. There had been no hesitation to Tina's words. Stanley hadn't known how badly the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now he was faced with the result of his own naivete. The smoke pouring from the building showed no signs of diminishing. In all likelihood, the lab was been destroyed with a bomb. Albert's plans had run its course before Stanley had even got there. He couldn't forgive himself for having been so thoroughly outwitted, nor would he ever forgive Alfred for what the terrorists had done. Anger erupted inside him, raging like hellfire, driving him on to action. Death would be too kind of a fate for Alfred, now more than ever before the thirst of vengeance consumed him. But even as he began to stalk toward the laboratory, a bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. For a moment he couldn't process what had happened. There was an intense searing pain that spread through his gut. Warm liquid began to soak through his shirt. Then a figure emerged from within the smoke. I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack. Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Time seemed too slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering like a crimson mist. Alfred, Stanley hissed the word through clenched teeth. Out of pure stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet, tottering toward his foe. He raised his gun. He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. Bad end. Defiant to the last. Good God Almighty. Honestly.
Oh. Find some way to stall until we get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. Tadino hung up without saying anything. Okay. See what happens now. Finally, the Okashi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were two people standing outside the front gate. It was Tatino and the girl who was pretending to be Cannon. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow Stanley had made it in time. He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. A semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli weapon industries. There are various models chambered for different rounds. The largest, the 50 Action Express 50 AE, is exceptionally powerful by semi-automatic handgun standards. His orders were to apprehend Alfred. The smaller Glock in the shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle. Getting out of the car, he started pacing toward the young woman. Stanley. Dadino glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. You could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face, probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further. I got in touch with the other, Stanley said. I told him to turn off Omisawa's cell phone. You could see her eyes react. I imagine that by now they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The young woman remained silent. And of course they managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means. Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He chased Alfred all around the world, only to arrive here at last in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now both the journey and the suffering would be over. We meet at last, Alfred. End of his story. And Ichi's a bad end. Kano. See what the number is for the bomb. 36. Didn't I just look at that? That's not it. So arresting her isn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. It was the only fair price for the life she herself had taken. There could be no restitution for Frank's death as long as she was still alive. The law wasn't going to punish how hard Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who'd suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer could understand his seething resentment. These two again. Kano still has that. So stupid. This was the same old Shibuya that always was, but one that looked at now, and one that he looked at now with new eyes. His cell phone rang. Danino's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kano quickly picked up. Detective Tatino, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Asawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Tadino wasn't making any sense. Alphard Palmer had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry, Tadino barked. Yes, sir. Detective, Ichi called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Chingo. Detective, that's not the real Alphard. He's a fake. A fake? Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alfred was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. He just said in the phone conversation that they arrested the real Alfred. Ichi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. Get rid of Hitomi, and that lined up with what Tatino had just called to warn him about. Must be true then. It's getting kind of tensed. Bomb, but where? Got me to Explosive Ordnance Division. Someone squawked. Explosive Ordnance Division. A team made up with Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Bureau's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th Riot Police Units, as well as the Support Vehicle Unit. Division members are trained in explosives disposal. Typically, a dangerous explosive is frozen with liquid nitrogen, then moved away from the site via support vehicle. The bomb is then detonated in a safe location. Explosives are almost never dismantled on ice. Or on site, not on ice. We've got an emergency here. It was Guze practically screaming onto his cell phone. We're at that scramble outside the station. Hurry. The director started running toward the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kano found himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? He demanded. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you, the bastard, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point, and if he hadn't known where the existence of the bomb, he kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano decided to have it look for it himself. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alfred, what would he do? He could be ensured that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alfred at the same time. Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? On the fake. There was no other place he could possibly have planted it. On Hitomi, that way he could be certain that he had at least eliminated her. In a minivan, he was going to try the same ploy all over again. What if I select in a minivan? Kano thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alfred would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and fake Alfred, even if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixated spot, he would use a minivan, which could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer can happen to be. E.g., it's in a minivan. Look for a minivan. Kano scanned the area. There was plenty of vehicles parked all around, but no minivans. It seemed strange. Two intended victims were here now. He expected the bomb to be somewhere near as well. Still, he didn't spot a minivan anywhere. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring from his forehead. Was he wrong in his assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this, he told himself. Focus, just think, focus, think. He had to trust himself and then take action. He decided that he just had to start checking whatever vehicles were close by. Leaving the fake Alfred under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side windows. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were sent in the engine compartment or the trunk, a cursory check would never hurt to find it. Still, he hurried toward the next car. He had to trust his detective's instincts. If he could spot the bomb itself in a vehicle, maybe something else would alert him to its presence. Alfred had a certain criminal signature that Kano was sure would linger. No normal here, no problems here, not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. About a minute, no, 2 minutes must have passed since he started searching for the bomb. Already more than 15 had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene. The detonation could come at any moment now. Kano felt he might crumple under the weight of fear. It might already be too late, and he felt utterly defeated, and then he saw it. A small, boxy minivan, and it was racing toward him. Right toward him. That was it. It had to be. The van drew steadily closer, streaming a massive plume of white smoke. Kano sprang into action. Stop! Stop that vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. The driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who was driving. The van might be unmanned. Stop! Kano shouted again. He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. Kano whirled around. He could see countless bloody bodies scattered across the pavement. What the hell had just happened? It wasn't the minivan that had exploded. The bomb must have been hiding someplace else. No. How? Kano crumpled to his knees. The minivan drove right on past him. The chilling breeze in its wake washed over him like the winds of despair. Explodes. Yes, we get it. Maybe the fake, Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. Ichi, he shouted, check the case, hurry! He gestured to the attached case Palmer had been carrying. Don't move. Kano searched through his captain's jacket and the pocket of his pants, but he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alfred had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt. Stop this, I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Detective! It was Ichi. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the attached case, Palmer's face went pale. No, it can't be. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose. Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4. C4, a plastic explosive created for military use. The chief component is RDX. I'm not pronouncing that. Which is combined with a plasticizer such as diokidal silicate. Is it highly reliable and is used by many military forces around the world, most notably U.S. Armed Forces. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military, and that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. A chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. Got it, leave it to us. Susumu signaled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attached case. HE found a false bottom in the case. The space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know how much about bomb disposal. He had been only taught the very basics during this police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. A microphone. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. Hey, detective, is that thing gonna explode or not? H.E.'s voice was shaky. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. Specific sound, huh? H.E. took a moment to think. That's it! It must be Hiromi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then? Hiromi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alphard they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano had spotted another cable connected to the bomb. As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attached case. He quickly discovered that the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermittent layer concealing a second false bottom. A small timer had been set beneath it. There's not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Domi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alphard could eliminate both her and his stooge, Palmer, at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered, as a backup, the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time. Kano speed dialed his boss, Director Kuze. Where's that bomb squad? 151, 150. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it on time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed H.E. standing right beside the bomb case. H.E. called out, "Leave that thing and get out of here." But H.E. didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attached case cradled in his arms. H.E., what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to see these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. H.E. was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there was no way how many casualties there'd be. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible. Get back, everybody, get back. H.E. shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everyone, get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby citizens to safety. Hiromi, Susumu, and the others added their voices. There's a bomb! Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can, please! You all have to get out of here! But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save H.E. at least. He turned back to him and called out, H.E., that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. H.E., Hiromi shouted, come on. But H.E. only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Come with us, hurry. Still, H.E. would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait, Ichi, your leg. What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe. What the heck? Finally, Kano understood. It wasn't that Ichi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. So he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everyone else. That idiot, Kano wondered. If his leg was busted, why didn't he say so? How do you even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. If Kano rushed to help him now, he might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. Kano ran for Ichi anyway. He couldn't just bend him. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit, and the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscle in his leg began to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat, as his mind sought desperately for a way out of this situation. But his eyes remained fixated on Ichi holding the bomb in his arms, knowing that it could explode at any moment. It made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing that he was good at. And still he stood frozen, staring at Ichi. Then he felt his hairs raise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still the smoke spilled out, rolling from a partly open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that? Instinctively he rushed towards it. Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spinning out an unending amount of white clumps. A dry ice machine. Hey, Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Open up! By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice worked as well. Liquid nitrogen. Nitrogen that has been cooled to a liquid state. With a temperature below 195.8 degrees Celsius, it could be poured onto explosives to stop the function of components such as battery cell for the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safely secured, it is preferably to destroy the explosive via detonation rather than simply arrest its function. Dry ice, carbon dioxide in a solid state because it evaporates at minus 79 degrees Celsius. At standard atmospheric pressure, it must be kept refrigerated or rapidly dissipates into mist, thus its use in smoke fog machines. The odds of dry ice being able to stop the detonator of a bomb are quite low. Battery cells do lose electromotive force in the sub-zero environment, but there's no guarantee that this would actually work. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at one of the driver's seats. I need to borrow that machine. Huh? The man replied in a lethargic drawl. No way, man. We haven't even paid this thing off yet. There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to have to take it by force. Hold it right there. Oh my god. Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle. The pushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. You guys are with that Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah? He said to the van's occupants. Wandering Angels. Episode 6, the finale. The minivan carrying Tezuka, Bando, and Ammo veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitely impaired by oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach the end electronics when they ran into Kano and his companion instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the three will happily head back to the theater, clean up, crack open some beers, and look back over one long crazy day. Finn. Theater troupe, yeah? He said to the van's occupants. He pointed at the dry ice machine. That thing's defective. The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit. deposit. Yeah, for real? Huh, for real? Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine has been recalled. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry and open the door. Yeah, okay. The newcomer helped the three men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan, then he turned to Kano. Here. Hurry up and take it, he shouted. Right, thanks. Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. E.G. Hitomi wailed, tears in his eyes. Detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his legs could take him toward H.E. and the bomb. To be continued. Then Ichi turned in Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Kano was looking toward him seamlessly, already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alfred. He's a fake. Fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi with the fake with some kind of bomb. Hitomi and fake Alfred. Anyway, Kano hurriedly back to the fake Alfred and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Ichi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and Imposter, it would be pretty powerful, so it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Ichi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attached case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner than had his suspicions been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him. Ichi, check the case, hurry! He hurriedly opened the attached case, searched the interior. But the only things inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. There was nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it. He had to find the explosive and soon. He took another hard look at the case. I'll shake it, I'll flip it over, or smash it apart. I'll flip it over. Ichi lifted the attached case up high and flipped it upside down. But as he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside. Still, he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside, slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on, could it be? Ichi tugged at the case's inner linings, quickly tearing it free. When he looked beyond it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay that had been asphyxiated inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attached case. Here it is, he shouted. Kano, I found it. Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. There, Mr. Palmer took a look. When he saw what was inside the attached case, the fake Alfred went pale. No, it can't be. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then abruptly he broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple childish ruse, and it went right under my nose. And it went right under my nose. My nose. The fake Alfred Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. Blow the whole area to smithereens. Ichi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the attached case. microphone, Kano muttered. Hey, detective, is that the thing gonna explode or not? Ichi tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. It looked like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off from people talking nearby. That means it must be exploded to a specific sound trigger. Specific sound, huh? Now Ichi understood Sammy's instructions. That's it. It must be Hiromi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then, Hiromi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Maybe, but I wouldn't put bet our lives on it. Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bottom and the cables, pulling them away from the lid of the case. The sight made Ichi's heart leap. Then Kano went stock still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. There's not just a sound trigger. The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Ichi could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. Director Kusei, what is that? Where's that bomb squad? While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Ichi picked up the attached case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down to seconds. Ichi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the Scramble. Hiromi was there. Susumu was there. Several more of his old pals, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. The people are the lifeblood, Ichi reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. And Ichi wanted to be one of the red, or was it white, blood cells of Shibuya. Ichi called out, "Leave that thing and get out of here." No way. Ichi sat down, cradling the case. Ichi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. There's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people? Ichi snapped. Kano bit his lower lip. Hiromi wrapped her arms around Ichi from behind. Ichi, don't do this. Hiromi, you need to get out of here too. Why? Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words, and he could feel her trembling against him. It doesn't matter, just get as far away as you can. No, I'm not leaving you. After the day they spent together, Ichi knew full well that telling Hiromi something wasn't enough to get her to listen. The stubbornness was one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. Hiromi? Ichi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please, this is the one favor I will ever ask you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. Alright, she told him, but let me just say one thing first. There are still so many things I want to talk to you about, so much more than I want to know about you. So please, Ichi, don't you die on me. Hey, don't worry, once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away. Hiromi squeezed his hand and got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS start telling people get out of the area. Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then for an instant, Ichi's eyes met Kano's. Ichi gave a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. 1:19, 18. Get back, Ichi shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody get back, there's a bomb. He held the attached case tight against him, and as he continued shouting, he ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away. Everyone get out of here, just run. Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. There's a bomb, the detective shouted. Everybody run. Get away as fast as you can. Susumu waved his arms empathetically. Please, Hiromi added, you all have to get out of here. The crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding that the time was up, Kano turned back to Ichi. Ichi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. He could hear Susumu and Hiromi shouting as well. There's no time left, man. Ichi, come on. The way Palmer had talked about this bomb, it sounded like a pretty dangerous one. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there was still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get safety in a few dozen seconds that remained. AG needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. Grabbed the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. "What are you doing? Come with us, hurry," screamed Kano. "I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya, and to protect Hiromi." AG squeezed his eyes tightly shut. "I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits part way through. And so whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you." Ichi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. "Ichi." It was Hiromi. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. "Ichi, bring that bomb over here." That wasn't Hiromi's voice. Ichi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing toward him, pushing some big weird piece of machinery. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge amount of dry ice. "Stick it in here. Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it." Ichi did as he was told, shoving the attached case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more ice on top of it. "Let's hope that's enough," Kano exclaimed. He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer displayer through the gap in the frozen hydrogen still counting down. Is this not going to work? Ichi and Kano held their breaths. To be continued. What? See what happens here. Tony's final moments flashed through Tino's mind. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Katone would still be alive. Your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why, because he loved Katone. He'd still love her, even after she became Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Tadino, do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Katone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tadino's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Katone to be smiling always. And that meant her being with someone other than him. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Danilo blurted out the words bluntly, and Catone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feeling for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Catone. Bit by bit, Tadino lowered his gun, his hand ever more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking, and so Cannon continued with her diabolic whispering. You can go ahead and kill me, but if it turns out I'm not Alfred, what then? Now she stared at Tadino with an almost pitiful look. You'll have once more done something that you can never undo. Something I can never undo. Danilo repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance. That's right. Could you ever accept that? No, I couldn't. Couldn't make the same mistake. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child. And that's why you can't shoot anyone. I can't shoot anyone? As Tadino muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can. Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tadino. He became a detective who didn't lose sight of what was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Tadino had nearly forgotten. Nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given them. He brought his gun back up to bear. Don't be absurd, Cannon mocked. You can't shoot anyone. Actually, I can, the words creaked dryly from Tadino's throat. When there is something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him. I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job. Cannon's eyes went cold. Immediately she lifted up her gun again. Once more, their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tadino could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had bore witness to carnage and bloodshed, the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tadino braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Cannon's. If nothing else, he decided he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But he could do that given the opponent he faced. Yes, somehow he would do it. As a detective, as a man. Even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. End of his story. And friend. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. This hand, Whose is it? My father's? Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're all right now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad? She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? At my laboratory. You were infected with a virus, but I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry about. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. That hurts. Right, sorry. I saw he eased up under pressure in his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand? I used to hold your hand like this when we'd go on walks together when you were little. I doubt you remember that, though. Maria considered it was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. Sorry. And yet the touch of her father's palm felt distantly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking at you in the eye while I'm talking to you. That's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Sawa hung his head. I'm so sorry, he said. Please forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Wait, hold on. Maria was taken back. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me? Back on that rainy day. Sawa told Maria about the day she'd run away from home, about how he'd known where she had gone but hadn't gone to find her, about how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once he came back home. When he finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been a terrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile. Oh yeah? I guess that did happen. Sawa frowned. You know, she said. I'd totally forgotten about that until you mentioned it just now. I mean, no, I can't believe that, Asawa replied. The way I heard you, he sounded so disappointed in himself. Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways. A child experienced so much more than what their parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. It was a happy thing, but also a little bad sad. Sawa was visibly grappling with his feelings. I see, he said. I guess you have gone through much pain. Oh, man. I see, he said. I guess you have gone through much pain. Well, yeah, but there have been more things that were fun and happy. I see. It's the sum of all those things that have made me who I am today, so please don't worry so much about the past. I see. Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it. Sorry. It's just, this is all so difficult to say. Sawa was trying and failing to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away, and her eyes lightened on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. Who are those people? She asked, pointing. Sawa looked, and his eyes widened in shock. Three people with guns were facing off with one another. Maria recognized one of them. Totino, the man with the cane. Why are those two pointing guns at your friend? Sawa's voice was shaking. My friend? What do you mean? The one you met when we went to the Middle East, you know? Kanan? Asawa switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. A close-up of a young woman's face appeared on screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kanan. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. Okay, it was the girl who come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. It had happened 3 days earlier. While Marie was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her telling her she was a friend of Kanan. Cannon asked me to pass along a message, she said. Then she showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor and the voice indistinct. It's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing. Maria listened in shock as the message continued. The terrorist plan was already in motion, and Nadomi had been infected with a killer virus. Your father used the antiviral to save Nadomi, but the terrorists planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there's a way to extract the antiviral from Nadomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Nadomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days, and so I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realizing it. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Switch it on and it'll allow me to keep tabs on your location. Hey Darkina, Yo-Yo Party is here. What are you playing? A visual novel called 428 Shibuya Scramble. I'm just at the epilogue of it now, actually. Just finishing up. God knows how much more there is to read. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace, switch it on, and it will allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. Please help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and then hold me safe. The video ended, and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant and showed her the hidden switch on the back. Cannon's coming to Japan? Maria asked. She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission. Risk her life? Maria started uneasily. So this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug, is it Alfred? The girl looked shocked. You know about Alfred? Cannon told me that taking down Alfred is her purpose in life. But Alfred had ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Cannon to get any good leads. That's true, which reminds me, you should have this. The girl held out a photograph. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alfred. Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind. Alright, the girl said, I passed along everything Cannon wanted me to tell you. What do you do next is up to you. I kind of figured that. Like, I was thinking it was him all along, but we got to play as him. I was thinking, well, what if they do a twist? And I'm like, maybe they won't. But there is been a lot of twists in this game. But since she didn't have her memory, I was thinking, well, maybe, you know. But if she remembered this photograph and she was in... Oh, yeah, well... Was he passed out at the same time? Was she passed out before we got there? If she wasn't passed out when they were at the electronics store, then she should have realized that who he was. Anyway. So wait, what the heck has been going on while I've been asleep? Asawa recoiled from the ferocity on his daughter's face. That Cannon's girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the lockdown laboratory. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Cannon's friend, another memory from before she blacked out drifted to the surface. Suddenly it dawned on Maria what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Cannon in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Sawa looked at the screen and then at his daughter's face. Well then, who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There was no doubt about it. That girl was Alfred. The instant she realized this, she knew they were in danger. If Alfred managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Something wrong? Asawa asked uneasily. Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud. She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility. But how? Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure of what the terrorists might be planning. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry, Asawa said. I don't know who that girl is, but right now she's outside the lab. There's no way she can kill me or plant a bomb in here or anything. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind. Make sure you wear the necklace. Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt the chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alfred's plan as her father had explained it, and then finally she understood. I've got it. Asawa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out of here. Where those three are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. Asawa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and as he realized that, his own face stiffened with determination. Alright, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo and her knees buckled. Are you alright? Asawa caught her by the arm. This is probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father in anticipation and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Her body was weak with lethargy, her mind trapped in a disoriented haze. Every step was a monumental effort, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the laboratory hallway. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alfred was masquerading as Kanan. The cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorists would never have been able to get away with the deception of Kanan were still alive, which means that Kanan must be. Maria fought to hold back her tears. It was too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after he'd put a stop to Alfred's plan. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. That isn't Kanan! Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said. His gun still at the ready. There's no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alfred's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kanan? Maria demanded. Marching unsteadily toward the terrorist. Maria, stay back, Asawa exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Tadino barked. He looked exhausted on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still Alfred said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging toward her. Doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit he inched closer. He was going to try to take her down. Let me turn your question around, Alfred said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kanan? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping into a mirthful smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Kanan, didn't you? This time Maria cried out while with biting fury. Alfred snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game or her angry... Hold on a second. Alright, sorry. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game or her anger would spill out of control. Why are you laughing? By force of will, Maria made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alfred raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here? It's a bomb, isn't it? Maria held out the necklace. What? Stanley furrowed his brow. Ah, of course. Even if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still, the smile remained on Alfred's face. She seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb with me standing this close to you, can you? Maria locked eyes with Alfred. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself. She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. She could feel her heart thumping so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Cannon's murder kept her from backing down. Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want, she said. But you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing. But not mine. My death will avenge Cannon's. Silence fell outside the laboratory gates. Stanley and Tadino stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alfred. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how long have they been being there staring one another down? The passage of time seemed slow, seconds drawn into hours. Asawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alfred tossed her gun onto the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. Stanley wasted no time sprinting forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat down. From behind, he removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. On your knees. Alfred did as she was told. Good. Now, hands behind your head. Anything funny and I'll shoot. Without a word, Alfred placed her hand on the back of her head. Fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully, finally realizing he can only push your luck so far. She responded with a faint snicker. No, it's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That'll make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alfred's head. This is from my brother. The words hung in his throat, an unspoken surge of emotion coursed through him. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger and he could pull a bullet right through Alfred's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he had wished for this moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Tadino watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let down their guard. He got one eye on Alfred as he went to pick the gun she discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. This is for Cannon. Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no, Asawa cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alfred's forehead. Cannon's dead, and you're gonna pay. The smoldering rage she fought to hold back blazed up with renewed fury. Maria, Stanley said calmly, put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alfred might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish, he asked, keeping his tone as low as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria, her father pleaded, please don't do this. Tadino took a step forward. Go on, hand me the gun, he said. Stay back. Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. The silence roared. I don't care, Alfred sneered. If you want to shoot, then shoot. You do want to avenge Cannon, don't you? Yes, I do. Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting Cannon had been like touching a world beyond her own, a far more complicated world. Cannon had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl. a walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness, and yet she lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground despite differing ideals because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout. This is for cannon! She pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, shattering the window of a nearby car. The sudden gunshot caught Stanley off guard. Alfred didn't miss her opening. She rolled swiftly across the pavement, drawing the small pistol she hid in an ankle holster. Uh-oh. Maria hastily tried to aim for a second shot. Dad! Osawa collapsed at Maria's feet. Dad! Her father went limp. Stanley dived at Alfred. He grabbed hold of her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, slammed her head down hard against the pavement. She made no attempt to resist. In a moment he had subdued her. Maria, you're not hurt, are you? Sawa croaked feebly at his daughter, as his daughter gathered him up in his arms. Oh, in her arms, I mean. I'm fine, but Dad, your blood was gushing through Osawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hand against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Look, just hurry, get here as fast as you can. Tadino was on his cell phone calling for an ambulance. I know there's a traffic jam. Just figure something out, please. His voice was ragged with desperation. Dad, hang in there. Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. Ah, so this is what it's like. Osawa lay with his head in his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out his words. My body just reacted before I had any time to think. I finally understand what a virus must feel like. His eyes were hollow. I never told you in Itomi, did I, about what started my fascination with virus research? Dad, try not to talk right now. Maria squeezed her father's hand, almost imperceptibly he squeezed back. It probably isn't a very interesting story, he said, but I'd like for you to both hear it anyway. I know, and we will. After this, I promise we will. Maria's words brought a content smile to Osawa's face. I'm glad. So glad. It's alright, just don't talk right now. This time, at least I was there for you. Osawa slowly shut his eyes. Dad, Maria said, but her father didn't answer. Dad, don't die. You can't die. The sound of ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring, just as his had been for her back inside the laboratory. Please, don't die. She repeated the words inwardly over and over and over. A black car of foreign make arrived at the laboratory and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's supervisor, Gordon, emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. Well done, Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here. Understood, sir. Gordon shoved Alfred into the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. Who was that just now? Tadino asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alfred into custody. You will, huh? Tadino frowned, but decided not to press the point. The ambulance arrived at last, and Osawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling out to him. You could sense her there, though her voice sounded awfully far away. Is this the end then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he was not afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria. She had grown. Same thing. She had grown so very much. If you were an organism that multiplied by dividing itself, you would die knowing that he had left his best selves behind. He had only one wish now, that Maria and Hiromi would go on to lead happy lives. His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked a lot like the very first time he had ever peered through a microscope, and that was enough for him. Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. He meant to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence. Two seconds. H.E. held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on display were changing more and more slowly, but still he watched in fear. 2. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 2, 2, 2, 2. Kano and H.E. continued to stare at the timer. 2. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. We did it! H.E. dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of the Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You are one reckless guy, you know that? Kano held his hand out. H.E. grinned up at him. That makes two of us. The two clasped hands firmly, their handshake conveying more than any words could have. H.E. Susumu came rushing over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. The two bumped fists. Oh, it weren't just me, H.E. said. Couldn't never done it without you guys' help. Susumu smiled bashfully. Hey, Susumu, take care of SOS for me. You got it. Susumu looked him squarely in the eye. H.E. gave a little nod, and the two solemnly bumped fists again. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash. That guy's still there, that's funny. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash. H.E. spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Hey everyone, gather up, Minorikawa called out to Aichi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya. Photo time, everyone, Chiaki said. Get ready. The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too. Minorikawa ushered Hiromi over to stand with Aichi. Hiromi, Aichi stared at her shyly. It was all thanks to Hiromi that he'd been able to do what he had done, keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promises to Susumu. Hiromi had been his inspiration for it all. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out. Ichi, Hiromi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady, Minorikawa called. No crying now, come on, show us a smile. He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. At least a smile returned to Hiromi's face. It really is the best. Hiromi looked up at Ichi in confusion. Your smile, he said, it's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. He spoke so earnestly that Hiromi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Get your best faces on. At Minorikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. Come on, guys, Susumu shouted. Let's lift Ichi up where everyone can see him. The member of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out. But Ichi had already been swallowed by the enthusiastic crowd. Heave-ho! 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 There in the middle of the scramble, Ichi was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck, more than a few coincidences, for them to stop the bomb. Coincidences? Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate, that's what it was. and not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability and Shibuya was saved. The ruckus crowd tossed AG high into the air again and again. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation like that. Well, that was alright. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Just seeing all those smiles, that was good enough for him. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi, I hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out his cell phone. There was a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story, police rules wouldn't allow it, but he wanted to let her know as much as he could. That the kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. Then he managed to finally talk to her father. That he put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then Kano thought he knew just what she'd say, short and sweet, in that gentle voice of hers. Good job. All the actors that are in everybody's story that played a part. Ayaka Miki's self. Oh, I guess she's an actual artist. That's interesting. I still have no idea if that cop guy that was at Osawa's house is still alive or not. sped along the highway. Here. Gordon tossed the handcuff key onto the backseat beside him. What happened down at the Scramble? Alfred asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. Leland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police, and the bomb in the attached case was defused apparently. Still, Palmer couldn't pose a problem once we got him into CIA custody. I see. Much obliged. You really got yourself backed into a corner though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah, I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Half? Alfred produced a vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. Is that Hiromi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed. I managed to acquire the antiviral, but when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan, and the dim light of the vehicle, Alfred's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hiromi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alfred had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. If it became public knowledge that the drug existed and that some of it had been stolen, the value of the UA virus would plummet. Our primary objective here was to destroy that research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well, done as always, Alfred. Gordon's hard expression softened, but Alfred was in no mood to return the smile. If Maria Osawa had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up until that point had gone off without a hitch. The one thing Alfred hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. She had injected Maria with a knockout drug back at Indo Electronics that would have kept her from moving around for a while, even after she regained consciousness. In any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march into the midst of an armed standoff. She had been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. She had misjudged how strong the girl's feelings for Cannon were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and still she had been undeterred. Alfred's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Cannon, and ironically, that same relationship had made the plan fall apart. It was true that she accomplished half of her goals, but Alfred still couldn't shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed out through the car window. The bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of the otherwise darkened city. A group of tiny lights that refused to be washed out by the darkness. The end. That sucked. I was thinking that was going to happen as soon as that happened. I was just like, they're going to let her free. Published by Spike Chunsoft. God. White bookmark. Okay. No idea what that means. What? Find a match soon. Want to be a strong person. Please be happy for me. Heartbeat of spring. Okay. Bonus content added to the title screen. Silver trophy achieved. At the end? Question mark. Previews added to bonus content. Sazune preview added to bonus content. 428 pop quiz added to bonus content. Saving system data. Please do not turn off the system. Save complete. Okay, so the game's not over yet? I can keep playing? Bonus content. 428 pop quiz. Oh. In the previews. Sazune preview. Dare I? Oh, that's what I just watched. Okay then. I don't really feel like taking the pop quiz. So yeah. Don't like the ending. Because I saved, but like, it was kind of like, well, I kind of got what I wanted, except I didn't destroy the thing there. So they're still able to get the cure out and whatever. The cure for the virus isn't totally destroyed. And like, he was the person's boss the whole entire time. And they were just like, oh yeah, did you get this, whatever, blah blah blah, and that was it. So it's like the US government was actually, she was working for the US government. She technically wasn't really a terrorist. She was mainly a basically a US spy. And I'm just like, okay. But anyway, weird. Well, this has been 428 Shibuya Scramble. I don't know what the next game will be. It all depends on what you all vote on for when I go to upload my video mentioning the titles. And then shortly right after that, I'll have a thing there for people to vote. So, anyway, I'd like to thank Tyree for hopping on in and hosting me earlier, Rachel for popping in, and Durkina Bunny for popping in right quick. And for anybody else who had lurked, I also thank you for coming as well. And yeah, now I just need to focus on getting the platinum in this game. I just need to go back and just make all these bad mistakes or whatever to get the bad endings for the trophies. And then, whatever, some of the other trophies there, I'm not quite understanding how to get them or whatever. So, yeah. Could be all having to do with the pop quiz, but I don't know anymore. I really don't. But yeah. Anyway. Thank God this game's over with. Hopefully the next game will be more, not as dark and depressing. And when I say dark and depressing, it's because, you know, all that stuff that I talk about that's going on in, you know, in our world today, so. And yeah. And I apologize for the whole thing there that I was mentioning about the black hole stuff and whatever, even though that is true. Just, you know, I was just basically telling people how I felt and the reason why. But, anyway. So. Alright. Yes, in other words, sorry for being such a Debbie Downer, but, you know. It's just, I don't want to say that's just who I am. That's just how I was feeling or whatever, and, you know, all that stuff and whatever, but anyway. Alright, take care, folks. 7 hours and 10 minutes, good grief. Whew. Really? Okay, alright. See you, everyone.